Yeah. So I hope we are live. Okay. So good evening, good evening, good evening. Okay, it's not 6. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, friends. I know we have your 12th board paper tomorrow. So, okay, so just let me put the volume down for the system. Yeah. So, hi, people. I hope that I will not be answering to many of the questions today because obviously I do understand you have your class 12 physics tomorrow. So, that class 12 physics is definitely going to be on the topmost priority for today. But let me tell you one thing, because we have promised, so I am here because mathematics, Dipen sir, physics, Sumit sir, they have already finished the most important questions, and doing this most important question for chemistry, especially per se, why it is more important for us, because from the although the trend was clear from 2024-25 also, the statement based questions have started coming to a larger extent, but this year onwards they have mixed lot of chemistry chapters together. So what people used to do as students, what they used to do is, I mean, if they are not sincere enough, then they used to leave some topics. So once you leave some topic, what JE, especially JEE Mains, the January attempt, what they have done is they have mixed a packet of all the topics, and because of the mixture of the topic, you cannot afford to leave any chapter. Yes, do not go to a level of, for example, if you want to clear JEE Advance, then for a particular chapter you have to walk 100 steps. So walking that 100 steps will make you a perfect paper, a perfect student for JEE Advance. But for JEE Mains, do not leave any topic. Learn all the topics, but walk 50, maybe 55, maybe 60 steps each chapter. That is quite easy, because for your class 12 boards also you have to read at least NCERT, and reading NCERT properly is actually expected by JEE Mains, especially this January attempt. This is point number 1. Point number 2 is that I want to mention before starting this important question discussion is, whatever prerequisite we had for chemistry initially, that it should be finished in a span of 40 minutes, 35 minutes. Do not go with that prerequisite requirement. Yes, once you go for batting on a day, and if at all after attempting and selecting all the doable questions and then doing the moderate or the lengthy questions in the second half of attempting chemistry, so you also attempt chemistry in 2 halves. Let's say you start with chemistry, in the first 15-20 minutes select the questions that are doable, that will give you momentum also. Post you gain that momentum, now invest that momentum where? Now invest the momentum gained on working on the questions which you feel are moderate or maybe lengthy, because physical chemistry, because they always give you a packet, so obviously some calculations 2 plus 2 will take some of your time. So after gaining that momentum, the time requirement reduces, and because the time requirement reduces, you can attempt with good amount of confidence during the paper, and because of that confidence he can automatically gain that extra amount of 5, 10, 15 minutes. So then maybe attempting whatever questions you want to attempt in chemistry, maybe 20, 22 questions of chemistry could be attempted in a span of 45 minutes. But don't go with a prerequisite that you have to finish in 45 or 40 minutes maybe. If at all it is happening, then it is good, because it will give you a positive kick. For example, if you are finishing chemistry in 45 minutes, but you have prerequisitely thought back at home that you will be going to your JEE paper and you will be attempting chemistry in 30 minutes. If you have taken 45 minutes, although it is good, but then you will have a setback back in the mind. Therefore, do not have this prerequisite. Go to a day and then perform, and on the basis of confidence gained, you move forward. So I hope most of you will be watching this post your physics examination. So let me now go with the flow. But if at all any of you are joining live, then definitely you are most welcome, and we can obviously interact. So I'll be keeping an eye on the chat box also. But moving to the discussion now, I have segregated the whole of January important questions in three halves. First half, first I'll be discussing all the physical chemistry portion, because in physical chemistry also you will see that questions are not just asked from one chapter. I have selected only those questions which will be requiring you to understand chemistry. That is, we'll be practicing also with such questions, and we also be learning theory. So first we'll be dealing with physical chemistry, post that we'll be dealing with inorganic, and at last section we'll be dealing with organic chemistry. So let's start now. The first question is obviously from the approximately from the topic of mole concept. So let us read the question. The question says that 80 ml of hydrocarbon on mixing with 264 ml of oxygen in a closed U tube undergoes complete combustion. Sir, that means it is class 10th. It is class 10th logic for us. What would be the logic for you? Sir, I have a hydrocarbon. Let's say hydrocarbon is CXHY. It is undergoing combustion as in reaction with oxygen. What does hydrocarbon produce? Sir, on combustion, it always produces CO2 and H2O. Easy. Now do the stoichiometry as in balancing. So 1 mole of this will produce X moles of CO2, and obviously Y by 2 moles of hydrogen, because hydrogen is Y over there, so I have to divide by 2. Now sir, what about oxygen? So balance this oxygen. What would be the moles of oxygen? Sir, here it is 2x, so I'll put an X over here. Why? Because it will be multiplied by 2. I have a Y by 2 over here, so I should rather do Y by 4, because it will be multiplied by 2, so it will become Y by 2. So the stoichiometry says 1 mole of this will react with X plus Y by 4 mole of this to produce X moles of this and Y by 2 moles of this. This is the basic stoichiometry. Now let us read the question. The question is telling us that I have 80 ml of hydrocarbon. So hydrocarbon given to us is 80 ml. And it is telling us that on mixing with this much of oxygen, how much? 264 ml of oxygen. So volume of oxygen, it is not getting reacted. You are actually given 264 ml, but out of this much of oxygen, some will be reacting and some will remain unused. Sir, why you are saying this? Because read the question. It is not saying it is getting reacted. It is saying complete combustion of hydrocarbon is taking place, but with this much of oxygen. So hydrocarbon is completely getting decomposed, but whether the complete oxygen is required or not, we have to read the remaining part of question. Oh, okay. So I have got one of my dopamine. So RJpedia, thank you. I hope you are a dropper or what? I like your class. Thank you, beta. So I was waiting for such, students. So thank you. You're a dropper, Mr. Pedia. You're a dropper, or you're a class. Obviously, you will not be class 12 student or class 11 student. What are you? So you answer, post that. I'll be before that. By the time I'm completing the question. So the residual gases, see, it is saying also the residual gases, that whatever has reacted, what has been remained behind, the residual amount are after cooling to 273 Kelvin as in 0 degrees Celsius occupy 224 ml. So after reaction, total gases after reaction, total is how much? The question is saying it is 224 ml. So that means it is 224 ml at STP. Fine. Now, when the system is treated with KOH, the volume decreases to 64 ml. What does KOH do? Sir, we definitely know KOH is a base, and this base will react with acid. Who is the acid over here? Sir, water is a neutral species, and especially at 0 degrees Celsius, water is liquid. So leave, it is not a gas, it is saying the gas. So although it is neutral also, we know, sir, carbon in +4 oxidation state is an acid. Now it is requiring your inorganic logic also. Okay, you're a dropper. Perfect, beta. So be with me and keep practicing. Take out your pen and copy and practice with me. So obviously this will be an acid, and this acidic gas will be reacting with this base. So because the CO2 is reacting with base, so what the question is telling you, it is telling you that the volume decreases to 64 ml. The total volume was 224 of the gases, but now how much out of this 224, how much is left? Just 64 ml is left. That means where the difference has gone, the difference must be CO2. So 224 minus 64, that means 224 minus 64, so 24 gone, that means 160 ml will be what? CO2 produced. Now, sir, but stoichiometry we do only for number of moles. But Gay-Lussac's law gives you a benefit that whatever stoichiometry you use for moles, you can even use for volume. That is Gay-Lussac's law of gaseous volume. So I can also say, 1 ml of this will react with this much ml of oxygen to produce x ml of CO2. Because whatever is supplied to us is nothing but volume, so you can use this stoichiometry for your numerical. So 1 ml will produce how much oxygen? X ml. So 80 will produce 80x ml of oxygen, and actually how much CO2, and actually how much CO2 is produced? 160 ml. So this way you can clearly calculate x is equal to 2. So into divide is nothing in this question. What is actually important and tricky for this question is the language. You have to apply Gay-Lussac's law. You have to know that carbon in +4 oxidation state is acidic, so CO2 is an acidic oxide. So okay, so Mr. PDI is saying I'm not dropper. Okay, board go very good, beta. Then I mean really I'm very happy that still you're here. So let us finish this, and post that you can definitely go. So whatever doubts you're having, you can always ask. But beta, if you want to gain the maximum benefit out of it, just make one thing sure, that you are attempting these questions with me with the pen and copy. Then it is definitely going to help you to a very large extent, so that once you attempt yourself, you know where you are getting stuck, and then the solution is actually going to help you. So now we have calculated what is x. So x is 2. So let us go to the options. Carbon is 2, so this can be our answer. Okay, 3 options can be our answer. Yes, obviously we have eliminated one option. Now after calculating x, let us do this for y. Now, because how much total gas was produced? 224. Out of this 224 gas, how much was CO2? 160. So what was the remaining amount? So 2, that means 64. So 64 ml will be what? So this will be the volume of remaining oxygen, because what gas was left, the excess of gas or excess of CO2 that you have used must be remained behind. So what is unused CO2? 64. How much CO2 you have initially taken? 264. That means what will be the reacting amount of oxygen? I beg your pardon. What will be the reacting amount of oxygen gas? So 200 ml. Now again use the stoichiometry. 1 will react with this much. So 80 will react with 80 times of this much. So 80 times of x plus y by 4. X we already know. So 2 plus y by 4 is the actual volume of oxygen consumed. And how much volume of oxygen has been consumed? 200. So this will rather help you. So this becomes 2 4 2 ja, 4 5 ja. This is 2 plus y by 4 becomes 2.5. That means y by 4 is at honey 0.5. So 0.5 into 4 is 0.5 into 4 is 2 rupees. So y is 2. So y is 2. That means y is 2. That means option 3 is your right answer. So I hope you got that. Vishwas, hello beta. Vishwas, hello. PDI is saying yes, you'll be working. Perfect beta. Chalo, let's move. So it's good to see you guys. So if you are there and you're learning live, then take out a pen and copy and start attempting with me. Okay, perfect. Moving forward, moving to the next question. Now I have deliberately taken those questions, I mean look at the question, see, just put one formula and get the answer. I have intentionally not taken those questions because those questions will not allow me to give you the perfect theory also. So I've deliberately taken those questions. Now the first question that I have discussed, although there were many questions in mains which were requiring just a single liner logic, but what I'm trying to do is explain all the logic, and if at all an easy question would have came, because it had came, there were many doable questions also, but I have selectively taken those questions which will allow me to actually give you the logical content also. This is the meaning of this important questions. So obviously important questions will be having more number of logics, and the iteration of logic will independently be happening in the number of questions. So all the January attempt questions you can make, all the 250 questions you can make, just read the theory of these 75-80 questions with me. So these 80 questions will actually make you do all the 250 questions, but for that you have to be with me. Moving to the next question. The next question, again, now it's a mixture. The question uses logic of thermodynamics also. The question uses logic of atomic structure also. I'll tell you how. Now the question says heat of atomization of methane and ethane is X and Y. Now first of all, what we have to know, what is enthalpy of atomization. So what is enthalpy of atomization? Let's say, sir, I have methane. Methane has 4 C bond H. What is atomization? Decomposing a molecule to form its constituent gaseous atoms. So carbon gaseous and hydrogen gaseous. This 1 mole will give how many hydrogen? Sir, 4 hydrogen. So what is the amount of energy? So delta H of this is given out to be, I guess, X kilojoule or what? Yeah, unit is kilojoule. Always keep an eye on the unit, because whenever you do into divide, this kilo is going to hamper you a lot. So do not get hampered. Be vigilant. Be an active solver. Bhada ke doing something will not help you, because then answer is not going to come. So relax, keep a calm mind, and this calm mind will also help you in your paper also. So this is for the first reaction. What about ethane? Sir, ethane is having 2 carbons and how many hydrogens? 6 hydrogens. So if I try to decompose this, I'll get carbon gas, but how much carbon gas? 2. And I'll get 6 of these hydrogens. And what is the amount of enthalpy change? Let's say this is 1, this is 2, this is given Y kilojoule per mole. Now using the logic of thermodynamics, what is the definition of enthalpy of reaction? Enthalpy of reaction is equal to summation of bond enthalpy of reactants minus product. Sir, product is gaseous species, so their bond enthalpy is 0. So but we'll get bond enthalpy of the reactant. So using that thermodynamic logic for the first equation, what I'll get? Enthalpy of reaction, which is X, but because it is in kilojoules, so I'm taking 1000X, will be equal to bond enthalpy of reactants. Now what is a reactant? This is a reactant. This has C bond H. How many C bond H you have to break? Sir, we have to break 4 C bond H minus enthalpy, bond enthalpy of products. A product are gaseous species, so we do not have to do anything to make them in atomic state, because they are already in atomic state, so it will be 0. What about this one, sir? Similarly, we can say 100Y will be equal to, now what will be the bond enthalpy of reactant? Sir, it has 1 C bond C, so this C bond C first will be broken, plus it has 6 number of C bond H. So I'm just writing the bond, but actually theoretically what it is? Theoretically it is bond enthalpy of C bond H, but just for the sake of simplicity I'm writing just the bonds. Okay, so okay, I was not expecting this. Good beta, thank you for this. Ravi is saying, sir, is 99 percentile possible? Yes beta, it is. Ravi, if you are a class 12 student, then I am telling you it is definitely possible. Arey sir, if I would have been a dropper, I'll be getting much amount of time. No. Because if you are class 12 student, you must be learning and reading NCERT. You must be reading that NCERT. Now just you have to do is practice questions and practice questions from the mock test, because mock test will put pressure you and direct you to have time bound practice. But yes, learning NCERT is the priority. So if you are doing that, and if at all you are a dropper, so beta Ravi, yes, you are a dropper, but if at all you are a dropper, then so obviously it is quite very easy. But what is the prerequisite requirement? Learn NCERT. कुछ छोड़ना नहीं है. You must have seen in mains, वो छोड़ा दे यार, वो बन रहा था यार इलेक्ट्रोकेमिस्ट्री. आई नो ई नॉट सेल बराबर ई सेल बराबर ई नॉट सेल माइनस आर टी अपॉन एन एफ. सर इक्विलिब्रियम का फॉर्मूला ही नहीं याद आ रहा था. दिस हैपेंस. सो लर्न दोज बेसिक्स बेटा, and then I am telling you 99 percentile is doable. Practice but with all the content, don't leave any chapter. Fine Ravi. Sir 22 is 2022 to 26 Jan PYQ. Yes beta, they are more than sufficient. Arey bhai, in each session you have 10 papers, that means 250 questions. They are not enough, they are more than enough. But attempt in a opposite order. First finish 2026, that means these questions. Then 2025 January April, then 2024, then 2023. Go backways, because it 2024 2025, from right from there they started increasing the number of statement based questions, and look at this year, they have increased that to a huge extent. So go backways, you will be definitely getting whatever will be the best possible result for you. Fine, chalo. Now coming back to the question, so sir this we have done. So we now, because C bond H value is only there in equation 1, so value of C bond H we can clearly calculate. So we can say C bond C will be equal to 1000 Y, this will go to that side, minus 6 times of C bond H. What is bond enthalpy of C bond H? 1000x by 4. So let us simplify this. This is 3, this is 2. So the C bond enthalpy is nothing but taking 1000 common. It is Y minus 3x by 2. This is my equation 1. Now let us read the question. Now this is the application of thermodynamics. Thermodynamics done, but the question is asking you some more. See, mixture of topic. Now it is saying the longest wavelength lambda of light capable of breaking C bond can be expressed as, arey sir, now it is atomic structure. Why? Because if you want to break C bond C, you have to supply energy. Sir, energy is attained by electromagnetic radiations, and now it is asking you that what will be the magnitude of wavelength for that electromagnetic radiation which can break the C bond. So now it is a concept of atomic structure. So through atomic structure we know what is the energy of electromagnetic radiation. Energy of each packet is equal to hc by lambda. But one packet will break one atom. How much atom we are breaking? Sir, 1 mole. How we know? Because look at the unit. This much kilojoule is used to break how many bonds? 1 mole. So for one species I need 1 packet. So for 2 species I'll need into 2. So for 1 mole species I'll need into Na, where Na will be number of moles. So this will be the total energy, and this total energy is what? This total energy is energy for breaking whom? Sir, energy for breaking C bond. Arey, energy for breaking C bond we have already calculated through thermodynamics, sir. Where? Arey bhaiya, this was the energy. That means that packet of energy is equal to this. So what is the packet of energy? Sir, hc by lambda into Na is nothing but this value, which is 1000 into y minus 3x by 2. Now we have to calculate this lambda. So this lambda is equal to hc Na upon 1000. Okay, 1000 will come to the denominator, and this is y minus 3x by 2 will, okay, it will also come to the denominator, right? I'm sorry, it will also come to the denominator. Why? Because lambda I'm going here, so this is the numerator, 1000 will be at the denominator, and this also, so it will be y minus 3x by 2. So let us go to the option. HC upon Na, no. HCNA, yes. HCNA, yes. HCNA, yes. Now y minus 6x, no. Okay, it is using 4 and it is 250, so let us make it 250. So what I have to do, this is 3 by 2, right? Yeah, so let us take LCM. So it will be HCNA upon, taking 2 LCM, so it will be 500, 2y minus 3x. Now let us look at the option. Okay, we can take 2 out, so 2 out will make it 500, and then it will be 2y minus 3x. Let us see. Yes. So yeah, now see option 2. Let me check. Option 2 is your right answer. Yeah. Now see, they are asking you to do into divide also, and after doing into divide, you have to make your answer as similar picturally, because this is just picture representation. So this thing requires time, my friends, and only a calm mind can devote time efficiently. Everybody can solve in 30 minutes, but a student with good handsome amount of practice will do it in a lesser amount of time. And from where that thing will come, it will come with practice. So let us read my dopamines. So Ravi is telling me yes. Okay, Ravi, I answered that. Thanks, sir, for positive reply. Thank you, beta. You're always welcome. I will give all paper from this. Okay, perfect, beta. Complete up to 26th Feb. Yes, beta, time bound. Perfect, Ravi, perfect. And from 27th, I'll daily give 3 mocks. Yes, beta, but mock na, do not give mock test of the exact PYQs, because वो तो रटे रहते हैं ना. Exact mock if you give of PYQ, so PYQ you see in daily life. So rather give a mock that you do not know the questions from. Like rank booster, I hope you have joined these. I mean, it is just 199 rupees. You will get the previous questions, all papers also. You will get the discussions also, or you can have any mock. I mean, I'm not saying to invest. You can do. I mean, although it is just a sham ki phulki sabji, but still, what I'm asking is, for mock test, you should have questions which you have not seen. Probably, because if you attempt mock test of the PYQ only, it is not going, because some questions just the option is there in your head sometimes. So in the paper that is not going to happen. No, in the paper you have to solve everything. So that's why it will give you a real time environment. Moving to the next question. I hope we are clear with this. Now the next question says, consider the following gaseous equilibrium. So now it is from equilibrium. Container volume is V. We have the equilibrium reaction is also given. Now 2 moles of P2 and Q2, okay, 2 moles of each are present at equilibrium. Okay, it is there at equilibrium only. Now because at equilibrium the moles are given, so what can we calculate? We can calculate equilibrium constant K. So because all are 2 moles, so K will be concentration of product, so 2 upon V squared upon concentration of reactants, so 2 upon V into 2 upon V, because volume is V, although volume will get cancelled. So if you do not know that V also, hardly matters. So it is 1, clearly 1. So equilibrium constant is 1, because we were given with equilibrium concentrations. Now 1 mole each of P2 and Q2 are added at equilibrium. Sir, if you add reactant, according to Lee-Chatelier principle, we know reaction will get disturbed, and to re-attain it, it will move in forward direction. So if we are adding 1 mole, so these 2 moles will become 3 moles. So let me write it for you. So P2, Q2 in equilibrium is twice of PQ. So equilibrium initial was having 2 moles of these. So 2 moles of this, 2 moles of this, 2 moles of this. But now at time t equal to 0, this is new. Why new? Because I'm disturbing the equilibrium. I'm adding 1 mole. So 1 mole of reactants are added. So this becomes 3, this becomes 3. Now reaction will say array, and in order to re-attain equilibrium, it will move in forward direction. So forward as in they will be dissociated and that guy will be getting produced. So let's say 1 mole of this will react with 1 mole of this and produces 2 moles of this. So let's say x moles of this is reacted, x moles of this then 2x of that will be produced. It was originally 2, but 2x is produced again, and now equilibrium has reached. What does not change? Value of k. Value of k we have already calculated, it is 1. So equilibrium constant k will be equal to concentration of product, which is 2 plus 2x squared upon 3 minus x into 3 minus x. That means it is also squared. Now sir, why you have not taken volume? You should take volume, but because I know volume will get cancelled, so why bother now? I guess just make it a root. So this is 2 plus 2x is equal to 3 minus x, because under root 1 is also 1. I guess now calculation is quite easy. So this is 3 minus x. That means 3x is nothing but 1. That means x is nothing but 1 by 3. Now let us see what we have to find. We have to find number of moles of all. So number of moles of all are x, I know. So 3 minus x is 3 minus 1 by 3 is 8 by 3. So these two are 8 by 3. And 2 plus 2 by 3, 6. Acha, it is also 8 by 3. So concentration of all is 8 by 3. So where is 8 by 3? Okay. So 8 by 3, 3 2 just 6. 0.67. Okay, 18. 2.67. Option 3 is your right answer. Now, this much into divide you can do. Moving to the next question. The next question is from, okay, now it is again requiring your knowledge of thermodynamics also and equilibrium also. So let us read this question and couple up with it. Sir, it is a statement based questions, so you cannot just do one thing. You have to read all the statements, require time. So how will you manage this time? By practicing more and more questions of such type, so that you, while in the paper, you can attempt with better efficiency. Now, although always keep an eye on options. Now, and for such questions, always read whether they are asking the correct statements or incorrect statements. Many students, 3 of my students have completely done these questions properly, but in the initial, in the statement, it was given incorrect, and here they have written what is the correct. They are asking incorrect. Like over here, okay, they are asking identify. We have a question of that sort, because in this January JEE also only they have done. In the statement they were asking incorrect, but here they said give the correct. So as in what all are incorrect, answer is written. So you have to give the correct answer. So people get confused. Why? Bhadbhadana. So do keep a calm nerve, and only a calm mind can give a paper to its best of the efficiency. Now, let us read the question. The question says, this is the reaction. N2O4 is getting dissociated to form twice of NO2. And the graph for the dissociation, that is fraction of N2O4 dissociated, is given. Okay, sir. Statement A says standard free energy change for reaction is this much. So what is delta G of any reaction? So delta G is always equal to enthalpy of products minus enthalpy of reactants. So we have a graph. So finally I'm having this much of value. Initially I'm having this much of value. So final is the product, initial is the reactant. Obviously I can see this is large value, this is large value, and this is a small value. So final bigger magnitude minus initial lesser magnitude. So delta G will be positive. Delta G will be positive. How much it will be? So this value is given 5.4. Let's say this much is X, because this value we do not know, na? So okay, let us write this is X. Let us say this is X. So what is enthalpy? What is delta G for product? So 5.4 plus 0.84 plus X. This is for product minus reactant. Reactant is just this x, because this x is not given, no, so it will get cancelled. So value will be this plus this, but with a positive sign. It is saying with a negative sign, although the magnitude is also wrong. So what can you say about this? Obviously this is incorrect, and what we have to identify the correct option. So A is incorrect, A is gone. Now, as delta G naught in graph is positive, N2O4 will not dissociate. Sir, reaction will not be spontaneous, agreed. But sir, water is an electrolyte? No. That means water do not dissociate at all? No, sir. Even out of 10 raised to the power 10 molecules of water, 18 molecules dissociate. What I'm trying to say is every reaction reaches equilibrium. But every reaction proceeds, but the level to which it proceeds will be negligible. It will definitely proceed to attain equilibrium, although the amount formed at equilibrium is negligible. If your father has 1000 crore property and he divide that property, he'll give you 18 rupees and he give rest of the amount to your sibling, but still he has given you 18 rupees, no? So you cannot say he has not given, although out of this 10,000 crore, if you've got 18 rupees, you will return that 18 rupees, but still ultimately you got something. What the statement is telling you, that N2O4 will not dissociate at all. Out of crore of molecules, 1-2 will be dissociated because equilibrium will be reached, some amount will be formed. So because it is saying at all, therefore theoretically it is wrong. So very good question. Theoretically also, and obviously we have to do plus minus also. Going great. Okay, Dipen sir, thank you. Thank you. And Vijay is saying, sir, for 36.8 percentile, my NIT is ECE or mechanical. Beta, I would rather say don't go for ECE. Mechanical is better. Because anyway, sir, you have to read software. So if you are reading software, but ultimately learning software with a core job is better. So I mean, that's a personal advice. So now coming to the percentile. So 96.8, I doubt, beta. Mechanical maybe you can get. How? Just get into a suitable NIT in the last round, and for the whole year with a very ghatia branch, but for the whole year study in college. If you get a good CGPA, then obviously mechanical guys make shifting. The internal sliding happens and they go to computer science and upar ka branches. So they create a void in their branch. So you can have an internal sliding option, but for that you have to get a good CGPA. So I mean, this will also have a probability of luck, sir, if nahi khali hua to. So better is obviously you can take a drop, but if you feel that you want a college, then getting a good college with whatever branch can be made with luck, with I mean with a pinch of luck you need. But if you do good for the 1 year, as far as your CGPA goes, you can have an option of internal sliding. Many students do that. So even, I mean, I'll give you some examples, but many students do that. But it requires a bit of luck. OBC and sale candidate, sir. Beta. Then I guess it is doable for you. Vijay, then I feel if you have that categorization benefit as in it is probable, so maybe then maybe you can get a seat in your domicile NIT. What is your domicile, beta? What is your state college? Which state you belong to? Then so if because in your domicile state you getting a branch is quite convenient. You can get at a lesser rank also, because state has good number of quota for the domicile student, the state which you belong to by or on the basis of your documents. Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu, then I guess your college Tamil Nadu has production and energy also, beta. Production, energy, and one more branch, industrial engineering and management. Because industrial, all the mechanical companies, they now these days they allow the industrial engineering students also. So now mechanical has sub branches, production, industrial, and industrial engineering. So you can get those branches also, so that can also do. So fun east I cannot understand, so you can have fun. Coming to the question. So two statements are wrong. C1, reverse reaction will go to completion. Sir, no reaction goes to completion. Reaction reaches till what? Reaction reaches till equilibrium, never to completion. So because it is saying completion, although reverse reaction is spontaneous, as in value of equilibrium constant will be that much, that means more amount of product can be produced if reaction proceeds this way, but not 100% reaction, because reaction always reaches equilibrium. So it is saying completion, therefore it is wrong. Now you can have options only. A, B, C are wrong. So obviously what is correct? So D, E. Look at the options. D, E. C is wrong, so this is gone. A is wrong, so this is gone. B is wrong, so this is gone. Now you do not have to do into divide. You are getting your answer, but still helping you with the logic. Now 1 mole of N2O4 changes into equilibrium mixture, value of delta G is this much. Now 1 mole of this reaches where? Sir, reaction never reaches completion, it reaches equilibrium. So if I'm moving forward, I'll reach here. So at point E, what is the value? At point E, at point E, the product is formed. So value of delta G for product is X, because this value is not given in the graph. And what is value of reactants are X plus this difference, and this difference is given out to be, so X plus 0.84. So this will be the value of delta G naught for this 1 mole of N2O4 moving forward till equilibrium. So I guess X is again getting cancelled, so this is minus 0.84. So definitely this is correct. So D is correct. Now when 2 mole of NO2, as in backward reaction, so backward reaction as in this is B is reaching to E. Let us calculate for this only. Okay, B is reaching to E, that means this will become the product. So this is the product, that means for product value will be X, minus for reactant value will be 5.4 plus this plus X. So 5.4 plus 0.84 plus X. So X will again be getting cancelled, so minus of 6 point something. So minus of 6 point something, yes. So obviously we do not have to check also. In exam you can clearly tick, but still we are practicing, so doing everything. Okay. Funniest, that is a very thank you beta, but what you should actually love is your good luck, your labor, yourself. But thank you very much beta, it's a compliment. Thank you very much. Moving to the next question. Now the next question says dissociation of gas A2 takes place according to the reaction. Okay, reaction is given. The total pressure is 1 bar. Okay, when equilibrium is reached, the total pressure is given to be 1 bar. Now standard Gibbs free energy of formation. Okay, standard Gibbs free energy of reactant and of product is given. So we can calculate delta G of the reaction. Standard as in delta G naught. We have already seen what it is, sir. Delta G of product minus reactant. So again this is used. So how, but this is of A, and how many moles of A we have? 2. So actually it is an property which depends upon amount. So this is this much per moles, and how much mole it is getting produced? 2. So delta G will be, product is 2 into, for A it is minus 50.832 minus of this reactant. Reactant is 1 mole only, so this minus of 100. So what is delta G for the reaction? Obviously 100 will get cancelled, so I'm not saying 50, because 50 into 2 is 100, will get cancelled. I'm just multiplying this by 2, so it will be minus 2 2 ja 4, 2 3 ja 6, 8 2 ja 16. So this much, 8 2 ja 16, this much kilojoule, unit is kilojoule. So now we have delta G. Now let us see the question. The degree of dissociation of A2, you have to calculate. Degree of dissociation is given in this format, and you have to calculate the value of X. Now by seeing such questions you can easily predict, sir, into divide bhi lagega, so you have to do into divide also. Sir, advance के class कब होगी आपके? बेटा करण This is advanced questions. These were mains question, but these questions are going. I have specially selected those questions from January attempt which require discussion. Halwa sawal I have not taken. Why? If this formula you know, you can do many questions in January attempt also. So, but dealing with those questions will be easy for me, but I am intentionally picking that job which is actually going to help you guys. So even some of you are live with me, thank you very much for that. And those who are not live, please do see the recording, because these are actually I have given sufficient amount of energy in preparation of this presentation, because I have personally solved all those 250 questions and only given those questions which will have concept, which can make 10-15 questions more of the January JEE attempt only. So now Karan, obviously why I'm saying this, because NCERT logic, Karan, advance is also going to ask, and because for mains also you have to move 55-60 steps for a good 99 percentile. Remaining 40 steps that we have to move for advance, we will definitely be moving that also. From 28th of January, Sumit sir has already announced yesterday that Prayas English is getting launched. You will get the details post that, so just hang on, and post that we'll be having advanced classes also. So do not worry, everything will be communicated. Just keep logged in, because we are only known to exist in nature because of you. So if you require something, we are always there, beta. Now coming to the question, now delta G we know, sir. Now we have to calculate alpha. So let us write this reaction. In what form? Sir, in equilibrium form, as in A2 is forming 2A. This is my reaction. Let's say at time t equal to 0, I have 1 mole of this, so I have no moles of this. Now at equilibrium, 1 minus, let's say, okay, it is, the pressure is given. Pressure is 1 bar, but it is the total pressure. So let's say 1 minus alpha. Let's say alpha is its degree of dissociation. So how much it will be formed? 2 alpha. But what we know, total pressure. So how can we write K? Sir, K is equal to concentration or partial pressure of A squared upon partial pressure of A2 raised to the power 1. But sir, you have taken moles. How can you write pressure? Arey beta, apply Dalton law. What is Dalton law? Partial pressure of any gas is equal to total pressure, which is given in the question. Total pressure at equilibrium is 1 into mole fraction. So moles you know. So moles of this upon total moles. So let us calculate total moles. So total moles will be moles of this plus this, which is 1 plus alpha. Now using this over here, so this is 2 alpha upon 1 plus alpha squared, because this is mole fraction, into total pressure. Total pressure is 1, so why bother writing it? Upon partial pressure of A2 is 1 minus alpha upon 1 plus alpha raised to the power 1. That means it is equal to 4 alpha square upon 1 plus alpha will be gone, but 1 plus alpha will be remaining because it is squared. So 1 plus alpha, 1 minus alpha is 1 minus alpha squared. Now this is value of K. So but K we do not know. We know how. We have recently, okay, let me calculate that K over here, because delta G, so we know delta G is equal to delta G naught plus RT ln of K, and at equilibrium delta G is 0. And this is talking of equilibrium only. So delta G naught will be equal to minus RT ln of K. Delta G naught we have recently calculated this much. So minus 1.664, it is kilojoules. That means in 2000 is equal to, what is R? Question is asking you to take R as 8. So 8 joule into what is temperature? 300 Kelvin into ln of K. So now into divide I'm leaving. Why? Because ln K you can get whatever ln K you are getting, you will get the value of K. Once you get the value of K, put that value of K over here, you can clearly calculate alpha. a small quadratic you have to solve, but this much into divide. Now whatever answer you will get, bring that answer in this format, and it is quite, I mean, I'll just give you the answer also. The answer will be 33 point something. So this will be, okay, I'm sorry, so this x will be 33 because you have to report the integer. Now into divide is on you. So itna into divide bhi karna padega. Yes. Sir, how will practice? That is what I'm asking you now. Practice. So I hope it is clear. Karan is saying I got 150. Okay, 150 in 28 Jan. Beta, 28 Jan paper was good. 150 marks. What's your percentile, Karan? Karan, what's your percentile? Only your classes. Okay. Sir, acha. Only your classes. Hey, let me get it clear. You got 150 marks in 80 January, only your classes. That means with my classes, then beta, thank you. And I am very happy. I mean, I cannot tell you, I have got so much of dopamine just by reading your comment. So thank you. So I hope everybody can solve this and you can find your answer will be 33. Logic I have given. Now, moving to the next question. Now, now, moving to the next question. For the equilibrium gas, there is a gaseous reaction and it is an equilibrium at constant temperature. Okay. Now, if total pressure is root 3 atm, now the total pressure question is saying it is root 3 atm. And the pressure equilibrium constant, okay, Kp is also given 9. Then now you have to calculate degree of dissociation. So again, although this is a similar type of question, but why, sir, you have taken this? Because sometimes this formatting thing also requires some of your common sense. So common sense also you have to apply. Now the reaction is given, so let me write that reaction for you in a different page. Ammonia forming half of nitrogen and 3/2 of hydrogen. Now at time t equal to 0, again I am taking 1 mole. Sir, why you are not taking a variable? 1 is a constant because the value of equilibrium K do not depend upon the initial constant. You can take whatever amount of concentration of reactant. Value of K has no effect with that. That's why you should use that theoretical knowledge in doing these questions. That's why I've taken this question, because many people do what? They take a variable. So why take a variable? Because value of K do not depend upon the initial concentration of the reactant that you have taken. K is independent of that concentration. So we are calculating, the K is given. So if K is given, why bother? What about what is the initial concentration? So let's say it is 1. Initially it will be 0. Because we are supposed to calculate alpha. So it will be 1 minus alpha. It will be alpha by 2. It will be 3 alpha by 2. Again, what will be total moles at equilibrium? This plus this plus this, as in 1, this will be minus alpha by 2, and this is 1.5 alpha. So this is 2 alpha. So this is nothing but 1 plus alpha. Okay. Now, so how can K is already given to you in this question? It is 9, but it is Kp. So Kp is equal to partial pressure of nitrogen raised to the power 1/2, partial pressure of hydrogen raised to the power 3/2 upon partial pressure of ammonia raised to the power 1. What is partial pressure? Sir, mole fraction. What is mole fraction of nitrogen? Moles of nitrogen, which is alpha by 2 upon total moles. I'm not taking. Why I'm telling you? Upon total moles into P total, you also take it separately, so that calculation becomes not khatarnak to you. So this is 1/2. What about partial pressure of this? Sir, this is 3 alpha by 2 raised to the power 3/2 upon what is partial pressure of this ammonia? Sir, 1 minus alpha raised to the power 1. But sir, you have not taken. What I have not taken? Now take it. Total pressure upon total moles raised to the power, because this will be from the numerator also, from the denominator also. So this, but that thing will be common. So 1/2 plus 3/2 is 2, and in the denominator you have, so 2 minus 1 is nothing but 1. So this way the calculation becomes quite doable. although you have to do ultimately calculation, but it gets simplified. Now I guess we are given with total pressure. The total pressure is root 3 atm. Okay, so total pressure is given out to be root 3 atm. So this is root 3. Now what is n total? We have calculated it is 1 plus alpha. So let us rewrite this. So I can say 9 is equal to, now let us denominator would be 1 minus alpha squared. What about numerator? Alpha raised to power 1 by 2 and alpha raised to power 3 by 2. That means alpha squared. Now what about this 1 by 2, 1 by 2? Because 1 by 2 has power 1 by 2, so power will get added. So 1 by 2 raised to the power 1. So 1 by 2 raised to the power 1. Because power will get added, half plus half is 1. So 2 I have taken separately. Now what about this 3? So 3 raised to the power 3 by 2. So 3 square will come out and will become 3. So 3 root 3. And this is also root 3. So 3 into root 3, and that root 3 will become 3. So 3 3 is 9, 9 9 gone. Now see, if you do calculation in inefficient way, your calculation will take time. See where I have reached. So this is now quite easy. I have a 2 over here. So 2 minus 2 alpha square is equal to alpha square. That means 2 is equal to 3 alpha squared. Right? 2 minus 2 alpha square is equal to alpha square. Yeah, perfect. So alpha square is nothing but 2 by 3. So if alpha square is 2 by 3, what we have to find? We have to find this alpha only. So alpha square is 2 by 3. That means alpha will be 2 by 3 raised to the power 1 by 2. But it is asking you in the form. That's why I've taken this question, because into divide student fear, because that I'm doing into divide also for you for this question, because this is not, this is common sense. So this is, I mean, you have to think of these common senses, by the way. So now, but I need minus 1 by 2. So if I need minus here, let me put a minus here, because then it will be plus 1. So if I want minus half there, so it will become 3 by 2. That means, but I still need 10 is for minus 2. So adding 100 over here, so it will give us 2 minus 2. So this value is your answer. So 300 upon 2 as in 150. Oh, 300 upon 2. Answer is 125. Maybe we have done some, answer is 125. So I guess somewhere it will be, while calculation, it will be 5 by something. So you have to check the calculation. But such calculations you have to practice back at home. That's why intentionally I have taken those questions. So you can check the calculation. I must have done some 3 2 minus. So you check that calculation, and this, why the reason I've taken this question, because these multiplications also you have to religiously do back at home with fresh pen and copy, because see, then only you will get your answers. So getting answer is also an habit. So develop that habit by practicing more and more questions. So let me get my dopamine first. My students are here. So Karan has replied. Okay, Karan is saying 98 percentile you got. See beta, because those 28 paper was good. So Karan, fair enough beta, but still work harder, because you deserve better. So in April you can even make wonders with this 98 percentile. You can bring it to whatever maximum possible extent possible. Prateek, long time. Yes, Prateek Jha Sahab, long time. But why long time? I am coming live very often. So long time not seen you. So you should join often. Okay, Karan is saying 98.53. Good beta. Sonali, sir, kal hoga mera chemistry paper board ka. Hai? Sonali, tomorrow is physics paper beta. You are saying chemistry. Oh bhaiya, have seen the date sheet na? Okay, mere board ka. That means you are not CBSE student. Okay, Sonali, best of luck, Sonali. In that case, you are having chemistry tomorrow. Vijay is saying 67. What 67 beta? Okay, Pratik, I made a lot of silly mistakes, sir. 93.8. Now you know silly mistakes, Pratik, na? So those silly mistakes can be corrected with good and handsome amount of practice. So practice hard, and your percentile will obviously going to go to maximum. 93 can easily be made 99. You just have to practice hard. You have sufficient time. Okay, Pratik, good beta. You were studying perfect. Ravi, yes, beta. Target is, and that should be your target. Perfect, beta. Hmm. Physics right now, sir. Haan, beta. Physics paper is tomorrow, so I understand. But thank you. You people are still here. Thank you. We'll just finish this. I mean, it'll require 3-4 hours, but let me finish this for you, and then you can obviously continue with your studies. I solved and marked. Beta, practice, yaar, because solving and then I understand bahut you will be very much angry with yourself, because if you have solved and not correct and take the wrong option, it creates an anxiety. So yes, it feels bad. Punish yourself for a day, skip a meal, punish yourself, skip a meal कि अरे कैसे किया मैंने ये, skip a meal, one meal, not one meal, and then study hard. So yes, things. Okay, Sonali's you're from Maharashtra board. Okay, Sonali, perfect beta, best of luck, sir. Yours. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you. I hope people from my home also say that. They say I laugh very bad. So thank you. Moving forward. Now let us go to the next question. The into divide you have to check, because answer is 125. We have got 150. Into divide, your job. Now moving to the next question. Next question is from electrochemistry. The question says you have. Okay, I'm sorry. Question says you have a cell reaction. It is given. The pH above which oxygen gas would start to evolve at anode. That means in a cell representation, this is the anode half and this is the cathode half. So let us write the cell reaction first. So what gets oxidized, sir? We are getting to evolve oxygen gas to start evolving. So I have to get oxygen. So let us see the electrode values. Okay. So oxygen producing from water. So okay, but I have to, the oxidation half will be water forming oxygen. So let's check. Oxygen from -2 going to 0. So oxidation state increasing, that means it is oxidation. But let us balance it. So first balance oxygen, so 2, then balance hydrogen, so 4H plus, then balance charge, so 4 electrons. So this is a balanced oxidation half reaction. Who is getting reduced? M plus 2 to M. So reduction will be M plus 2 will take 2 electron and it will form M solid. Now in order to write the full cell reaction, we have to add the two reactions, but here electron transfer is 4, so multiplying this reaction by 2, so 2 will make this electron also 4, so electron transfer will be balanced. Now adding the reaction, so I'll get twice of water plus twice of M plus 2, electron got cancelled, gives oxygen plus 4H plus twice of M solid. Now writing the reaction quotient Q, because I'll see whether at equilibrium this Q will become K, but at any point of time you should always write Q. So Q will be partial pressure of oxygen. The partial pressure of oxygen is given to be 1 bar, so why bother writing the pressure? So partial pressure of oxygen is 1, so leave this. Then concentration of H plus ion raised to the power 4 into pure solid, pure liquid do not impact, so leave this also, upon pure liquid do not impact, concentration of M plus 2 ions raised to the power 2. Now let us read this question. Now pH above which gas would start to evolve at anode. Now because it is saying that oxygen should get produced, so where reaction reaches? The reaction reaches equilibrium. At equilibrium you will be getting the final amount of product produced, and at equilibrium Q becomes equal to K. and cell and the your cell, your electrochemical cell stop functioning. That means E cell becomes 0. So writing Nernst equation from here. So what is Nernst equation? Nernst equation says E cell is equal to E naught cell minus 0.059 upon number of electron transferred into log of K, because now Q at equilibrium Q reaches K. But sir, okay yaar, it is Q. Now I am saying at equilibrium this is 0. So E naught cell minus this thing, that means E naught cell should be equal to 0.059 upon what is the number of electron transferred? 4. So upon 4 into log of what is K? H plus ion upon M plus 2. So H plus ion concentration raised to the power 4 upon, let us give that M plus 2 concentration is given out to be 1 molar. So 1 raised to the power 2 is 1. So leave it. Now what is E cell? E naught of cathode minus E naught of anode. What is cathode? Cathode is this metal. E naught given for cathode is reduction is 0.994. So 0.994 minus what is E naught? But although it is getting oxidized, but we have to put the reduction potential. So reduction potential, yeah, it is from 0 to minus 2, so it is reduction. That means 1.23. So minus 1.23. This is E naught cell. It is equal to 0.059 as in 0.06. Now this 4 and this 4 will get cancelled. Why? Because log of A raised to power B. So 4 into log of H plus. So 4 got cancelled. And this is because I have to calculate pH, na? Yeah. So because this is log of this, so I am writing minus of pH. So pH will be equal to, obviously this will come out to be negative. So subtract this, a negative answer will come. This minus will become plus. Now into divide you have to do, and post that into divide, yes, you will get approximately pH will be approximately, into divide you have to do better. That I'm skipping. Into divide you have to do. I'm discussing all the logic. So sir matlab after doing so much still we have to do into divide. Yes, that was making your physical chemistry not moderate. They were good questions. So Karan was asking, sir, advance kab karaoge? That's why I'm saying the questions that I have selected from our mains are definitely worth an advanced questions. So moving forward now, but do them thoroughly, do them religiously, the complete question. Now again moving to the next question. Let us attempt this by the time I read some of your comments, so that I get my dopamine also. Sir, सर मैं अच्छा थोड़ा पानी फर्स्ट आई विल ड्रिंक वाटर then I'll buy after, and while drinking water I'll read comments. Yes beta. Vijay, you got 52. Yes beta, you will definitely make it 100. Keep working. Perfect. That is the inner energy you should have. Good Vijay, I'm proud of you. Bhai. What are the type I should solve? Sir, beta, these type you should solve. These type you should solve and then go for mocks, because mock will be having easy question, mixed packet. Mains also will give you mixed packet. नहीं सोनाली, I mean बिल्कुल मैं I will, you people are the main drivers of a teacher. So आपकी बात का बुरा मानना is impossible. So बिल्कुल नहीं. But I do not know your board. That's why I said. बाकी Maharashtra board is definitely very very good. I didn't know. I thought you were CBSE student. That's why I said. बाकी बुरा मानना is nothing. You people are everything. आपका कोई बात can never be बुरा लगना to us. So नहीं बेटा, आप we support. Definitely we are there because of you people. Support, we are, I mean, all energy to you beta. Best of luck. nahin, we support student, whatever board students you are, beta. That is perfectly immaterial to us, because now these days even all boards follow NCRT. So definitely the way they are asking question is different, content is all same. So I mean, no, I just said tomorrow we have physics because I thought we are CBSE, but definitely this is bad from my part. You all, whatever board you are there, all the best wishes from my side. Every board is equally important, equally good, and some in fact are better, I must say that. So things of salt analysis, beta, in inorganic I have taken that salt analysis thing also into account, already taken, Vijay, don't worry. Now let us move to this question. The question says, consider two group 4 metal ions, X plus 2 and Y plus 2. These are group 4 cations, let's say X and Y. A solution containing 0.01 mole of mx, okay, mx2. So this should be, okay, a solution, a salt solution of this cation and of the another cation is saturated with H2S. Okay, the solution is already saturated with H2S. The question is telling us the pH at which the metal sulfide YS will form a precipitate. So we have to focus our attention on YS. Now KSP is given, so because KSP of XS is given first, so XS will dissociate to form X plus 2 and sulfide ion. How we know? Because question is applying us with the knowledge, and its Ka value is this much. Now it is already saturated, that means this much amount is already dissolved. So what will be, the question is asking you that at what pH precipitation of this YS will take place. So in order to calculate the pH, this sulfide ion is furnished by this XS also, this YS also, and it is already saturated with H2S. So let us focus our attention on this sulfide ion. Now we definitely know how much of this getting soluble is allowed. It is allowed using its value of solubility constant, the value of K. So value of K is given out to be 10 raised to the power minus 22. For whom? For this XS. So this will be equal to concentration of this X plus 2 ion into concentration of the sulfide ion. So what is the common ion? So sulfide ion. So what is the permissible value of sulfide ion to be existing? What value it should not exceed, or else precipitation will take place. So let us, X is only given by this salt, and value of X will be, because it is already saturated, that means this much is already dissolved. So value of X plus 2 will be this, the concentration that is taken, which is 0.01, as in 10 raised to the power minus 2. So because this is 10 raised to the power minus 2, so sulfide ion will be equal to 10 raised to the power minus 20. So this much, if sulfide ion is above this value, then precipitation of XS will take place. Now let us check when precipitation of YS will take place. So for YS, giving Y plus 2 and sulfide ion, value of K is, for YS, value of K is 4 into 10 to the power minus 16. So 4 into 10 to the power minus 16 will be equal to, Y plus 2 is also the same concentration, I guess. Yes, 10 to the power minus 2. So 10 raised to the power minus 2 into sulfide ion concentration. So what is the sulfide ion concentration allowed? Because this will be allowed. If it increases by this value, then it will get precipitated. So this is allowed value. Permissible value will be 4 into 10 to the power minus 14. Now this is larger, this is even smaller. So XS must have been precipitated, but still YS will not be precipitated. Why? Because its permissible value is higher. Now they are saturated with what? Question is telling they are already saturated with H2S. So for H2S, I can say it gives twice of H plus and sulfide ion. The value of K for this, I guess, is also given in the question. Yes. For H2S, whose saturated concentration is 10 to the power minus 1, the Ka1 into Ka2, which is the overall equilibrium constant, is multiplied, is given out to be 10 to the power minus 21. So this value is 10 raised to the power minus 21. It will be equal to concentration of H plus ion squared into concentration of sulfide ion. What is the permissible value of sulfide ion? For this Ys to get precipitated, it should be increased by this value. So what is the limiting value? This is the limiting value. So let us directly put this limiting value as sulfide ion concentration. So this is 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 14 raised to the power, because sulfide, you have one sulfide ion, so raised to the power 1 upon. What is, sir, question is saying H2S is already saturated. How much H2S is saturated? Whatever is its concentration. What is its concentration? So 0.1. So put that value. So it will be 0.1 as in 10 to the power minus 1. Now, from here you can solve H plus ion concentration squared. Therefore, I can say square of H plus ion concentration is minus 1. So this becomes minus 22. Minus 22 and minus 14 will come in the denominator. So minus 6 minus 8. So 10 is power minus 8 into. This 4 will also come, so 1 by 4. So what will be H plus ion concentration? It will be 1 by 2 into 10 raised to the power minus 4. Now what we have to calculate? We have to calculate pH, not H plus ion concentration, pH. So H plus ion we got. So I hope now it is just simple maths. So minus of log of H plus will be pH. So taking minus log on this side. So minus log of 10 raised to the power minus 4 upon 2. So log of A by B is log A minus log B. So this is 4 minus minus plus log 2. Log 2 is 0.3, so this is 4.3, so approximately 4. Let us check. Your answer is 4. So I hope we are clear with this also. Moving to the next question, you can attempt this by the time I read some comments. In our boards, we have green chemistry and polymers. Arre baapre, solid state also. Very good, beta. Then Sonali, it will be helping you for advanced questions. So actually, because those chapters are omitted with CBSE. So yes, Maharashtra board is even better. Agreed. Vishwas is saying IOC is out of my mind. Don't worry, Vishwas. Post this physical chemistry, we'll be separately discussing inorganic. Initially I've told, first we'll do physical, then inorganic, and last organic. Physical will be taking the maximum amount of time. Obviously you can see why. Post that inorganic, but during inorganic I'll be discussing all the logics also. Again, I've taken those questions which will allow me to give you theory also, more and more theory. So even this most important discussion, if you just read, go through this lecture complete, you will get practice questions also. I'll be discussing complete theory also, so do not worry. Moving to the next question. The next question, now this next question, by the appearance only you can say, sir, bada acha sawal hai. Yes, it is. So let us practice this bada acha sawal. Now the question says a volume of X ml of 5 molar salt, salt of strong base weak acid, was mixed with this much of this much molar. So this is a weak acid and this is salt of weak acid strong base. So that means it's a acidic buffer. So this knowledge you should have. What is acidic buffer? Mixture of weak acid and its salt with a strong base. So molarity and volume. So molarity into volume, that means you have their moles. So moles of the salt is 5x, I mean millimoles, and moles of this weak acid is 20 millimoles. So if you have to calculate, I guess what we have to calculate in this question, they make a electrolytic buffer. If the same buffer was used in the following electrochemical cell, so you have to use this buffer as an electrolyte in a cell, and this is the cell potential. That means value of E cell is given to you. Then value of X is, so this value of X you have to determine. Now the E cell that you are getting, the potential that you are getting is of this cell. So representation of the cell is also given to you. Electrode potentials are also given to you. And in such questions, when anti-log data is given, so ultimately where you have to reach 1.29. So because you know that I have to reach to 1.29, so you can do approximation, because ultimately if I approximately reach 1.29, I know what is the exact data that I have to reach. So whenever anti-log data is given, you can always bring some common sense out of your mind. So let us bring it on the table. So first of all, applying Nernst equation. So it is a good question. Combination of redox also, electrochemistry also, ionic equilibrium also. Good question. Now let us write the cell reaction. What is getting oxidized? Tin is getting oxidized. Okay, what is getting oxidized? You can see from the value of electrode potential given also. So Sn from this and that is undergoing some change, which is acting as oxidation half, because it is given on the left side of the reaction. And what is given on the right side? Bismuth. So bismuth will be getting reduced and this tin compounds will be getting oxidized. So keeping this thing in mind, let us solve. So what will be the oxidation half? Oxidation half will be let me calculate the oxidation state. This is SnOH6 2 minus. So let us calculate oxidation state of tin. So x minus 6 equals minus 2, that means it is plus 4. And HSnO2 minus, what is oxidation of this tin? Plus 1 plus x minus 4 equals minus 1. That means x equals plus 2. So this is plus 2. So this is reduction half only, but this is getting oxidized. That means HSnO2 minus is changing to SnOH6 2 minus, because I have written the anode half. That means anode what takes place? Oxidation. So write it from plus 4. From plus 2 to plus 4 is oxidation. So I have written the reaction as oxidation half. So this is oxidation half, but after doing this, you have to balance also, because for Nernst equation, we have to know what is Q. So for balancing, what we need, sir, for balancing, you have to do redox reaction. Which medium? You can clearly see medium is basic medium. So you have to balance this reaction in basic medium. So let us do that. So tin is 1, balanced. Oxygen is 6, oxygen is 2. So I'll add 4 water so that oxygen is balanced. For hydrogen, it is having 8 and 6. So 8 and 6 is 14. 1 already I have, so I need 13H plus. Let me check. This is HSnO2 minus, this is SnOH6. HSnO2 minus, and this is SnOH. Yes. So oxygen is 2, oxygen is 6. Okay, I should add that oxygen over here, no? Because oxygen is less on this side. So actually, because oxygen is 6 over here, 2 over here, so I'll add 4 oxygen here. So now oxygen is balanced. So let us now balance the hydrogen. Hydrogen is 8 plus 1, 9. Here I have 6. So I'll add 3H plus. But because medium is basic, so add equal number of OH minus ion on both sides. So 3H plus 3OH. So I'll get 3OH minus ion here also, because mathematically I'm adding 3OH minus ion here also and here also. H plus and OH minus will actually be written as water. So this is how you easily balance a reaction in basic medium. Now what is remaining? Charge. So let us now balance the charge. So here it is minus 3, minus 1. So it is minus 4. This is just minus 2. So I'll get 2 electrons and this will balance my oxidation half. Now let us write the reduction half. Yeah, let us write the reduction half. Now who is getting reduced? So actually bismuth is getting reduced from Bi2O3. So Bi2O3 is getting reduced to bismuth. Let us balance this also. So first balance atoms except oxygen and hydrogen. So 2 bismuth over here, bismuth balanced. I have 3 oxygen, so I'll add 3 water, oxygen balanced. Hydrogen are 6, so I'll add 6 H plus. But sir, medium is basic, so how to make it basic medium? Add equal number of OH minus ions on both sides. Mathematically we are right. H plus and OH minus ion can be written as water. Now balance charge. RHS is having -6, LHS is having 0. So I'll add 6 electrons and the reaction will get balanced. Post that, what we do is add the two half reaction. How? By equating the charge transfer. So this guy is taking 6 electron. This guy is losing 2 electrons, so multiply the above reaction by 3 because 3 into 2 will make it 6. Perfect. Now let us write the balanced reaction. So multiply that 3, remember. So that 3 will make 3 into 3 is 9 OH minus plus, okay, water will be simplified. So this is 3 water, this is 4 water, so only 1 water will be remaining. So 1 into 3 is thrice of water plus this guy, so thrice of H SN O2 minus plus. Now react LHS of this is gone, but for the next reaction, electron is gone. I have 6 water over here, 3 water over here, so 3 gone. I'll be remaining with 3 water. So 3 water from here, so 3 plus 3 will become 6 plus this, which is Bi2O3. Now this is LHS done, writing the RHS. Now thrice of this, as in thrice of SnOH whole 6, 2 minus, this is gone, that is gone, coming to this one, plus twice of bismuth, this is gone, plus 6 OH minus ion. I guess OH minus ion will still get cancelled, so let us cancel that. This is 9 OH minus, this is 6 OH minus, so only 3 will be remaining. Now this is aqueous ion, this is pure liquid, this is aqueous ion, this is a solid, this is aqueous ion, this is a solid. Why I am writing this? Because now I have to write Q, and for Q, equilibrium value, pure solid and pure liquid do not impact. So let us write the remaining. So Q, which will be equal to K, but at time of equilibrium, so we'll put that value at equilibrium, but first let us write Q. So Q will be equal to, or instead we know ultimately equilibrium will be reached and Q will be equal to K, so let us write that only. Why? Because I'll be directly substituting the value. So concentration of this guy raised to the power 3. Now let us find the concentration of this SnOH. This concentration is 0.5. This is 0.5. So 0.5 raised to the power 3, because this is 3. This is solid gone, this is already cancelled, so RHS gone. LHS, I have OH minus ion in the denominator. So concentration of OH minus ion thrice, like pure liquid gone. This guy, HSNO2. HSNO2 is here. Concentration is 0.05. So 0.05 raised to the power. This is also 3. Now see, after doing this, what we have gained, the perfect reaction quotients, as in this 3, 3, 3, you can only get once you write a balanced reaction, and balancing you have to do in basic medium. So religiously this task has to be done, else you will be missing the correct answer. Now after this, obviously I know now, sir, but value of K also I have to know. So how can you find that value of K? Using the reaction. What is the reaction? Sir, we know E cell. E cell is how much? 235.3 millivolt, as in 10 is power minus 3 volt. E cell is equal to E naught cell. What is E naught cell? E naught cathode minus E naught anode. Who is cathode? This is cathode. So minus 0.9 minus E naught of anode. This is plus 3 to 0. So this is also reduction of. So minus of this. So minus of minus 0.44. So this will be your value of E naught cell. So E cell equals E naught cell. Okay. E cell equals to E naught cell minus 0.059 upon number of electron transferred. Now what is number of electron transferred? Number of electron transfer is 6 into log of K. Now here again into divide you have to do. After solving this you get the value of K. So whatever value of K, sir, how we'll get the value of K? NT log is given, see. So you will definitely value NT log of 1.29 is given, and this is a khatarnak ill to divide. So obviously after calculation this log K will come out to be NT log of 1.29. So log K will definitely be 1.29. You can approximately check also. So then definitely K value will be 19.5. That means you now know that value of K will be 19.25. So value of K, or else you have to solve that also. So you can solve that also, because ultimately from here you will get OH minus I. So that value of K you will put over here. If you put over here, what you get? If you put over here, you get OH minus ion concentration. So if I get, let me take another slide for you. If I get OH minus ion concentration minus of log of OH minus ion concentration will be value of pOH. How to calculate pH? Sir, 14 minus pOH. So you now get the value of pH. Now use this value of pH in the calculation of acidic buffer. So calculation of acidic buffer formula is pH is equal to pKa plus log of salt upon acid. So what is salt? Sir, concentration of salt we have already taken. Concentration of salt is 5x and of acid is 20. This is 5x and this is 20. Now pKa data, pH, you can put value of pH from here. Value of pKa is given in the question, where 6.11. So this is 6.11, and now this will be 1 and this will be 4. So after that you will find your value of x. Sir, bahut sara karna padega. Yes. So this into divide is a practice for you. Do it right now, else leave that space in your copy and do that. Sir, answer to bata do. 78. But yes, good amount of into divide you have to do, and then you will find approximately the integer. Once you find, you can get your integer will be 78. So into divide you have to do religiously, because the value of NT log is also given. I am focusing entirely on what? On the theoretical side of it. Sir, ये तो बहुत कठिन सवाल ये. I'll not say it is very difficult. Yes, it is using lot of logic. Sir, should we attempt such questions during paper? No. Never in the first go. Yes, if at all you are not left with any topic, then obviously you can come back to such questions, but never in the first go. So, acha, matched, perfect. So, perfect. Vishwas, Dubey ji, perfect bhai. So thank you guys. I mean, I was not expecting that, because tomorrow we have paper, so I was not expecting this, but good. So Chaurasia ji, do not worry. Even if we are helping one, job is done, because that is the purpose of coming over here, to serve each and every student. Whoever is getting benefit in a crowd, it is good, because some people feel competitive also, but some requires isolation. So for those who requires isolation, and mode of communication is also convenient for them, so as organization we want to serve as many lives as possible. So we are doing our job and we are happy with it. Now again, moving to the other question of electrochemistry, the question says electricity is passed through an acidic solution of Cu plus 2 till copper plus 2 was exhausted, leading to the decomposition of this much milligram of copper metal. That means this much copper you got. How much? 300 milligram. However, a current of 600 milliampere was continued to pass through the solution for another 28 minutes by keeping the total volume of the solution fixed at this much volume. The total volume of oxygen evolved at STP. Now, the question is not a good question, but logically an okay question. Now it is asking total volume of oxygen gas released at STP. Sir, STP, that means number of moles thing will be. So first calculate total moles of oxygen gas released. Now, in the first half, oxygen will be released. Why? Because copper plus 2 taking 2 electron will be decomposed as copper. This is the reduction half. Sir, if it is taking electron, somebody should give electron. So who is giving electron? Somebody must be producing oxygen and giving electron. Who does that? Who does that? Even the question is telling you oxygen gas is produced by water. How do we know this? Because its electrode potential is given. So from this, what can we see? Sir, water must be getting oxidized. So let us write the oxidation half. So water forming oxygen, oxygen balanced, 4H plus and 4 electron. So to produce 1 mole of oxygen, how many electrons are transacted? 4. So for oxygen, 1 oxygen molecule, how many electrons are required? 4. That means valency factor of oxygen is 4. Now, sir, because this and this is happening simultaneously, because if it is getting reduced, this guy is getting oxidized. So why to balance? Why? Because now you can apply directly law of equivalence. Law of equivalence says that number of gram equivalent are always equal. So number of gram equivalent of copper produced will also be equal to number of gram equivalent of oxygen produced. Because why bother balancing the reaction? In the previous question, why I had to balance the reaction? Because there I have to calculate E cell. For E cell, I have to know the value of reaction quotient, equilibrium constant, and for that I need a balanced reaction because I need stoichiometry. But here I do not, because it is qualitative analysis of requiring just electrochemistry of the oxygen produced. So because I'm only bothered with oxygen produced, so law of equivalence. Now, what is number of gram equivalent of copper produced? Sir, weight of copper is given. So what formula for gram equivalent I'll use? Weight of copper upon equivalent weight of copper. And over there, number of gram equivalent of oxygen produced is moles of oxygen into valency factor of oxygen, which we have already seen. It is 4. Now, what is weight produced? So 300 milligram as in 10 to the power minus 3 gram. Upon what is equivalent weight of copper? Molar mass upon valency factor. Molar mass of copper, I guess it's given. Molar mass of copper is 63.54. Yeah, into divide again you have to do, but I'm just discussing logic. So molar mass upon valency factor. So that valency factor will come in the numerator, which is 2. So why writing this into over here? Now, this is number of moles of oxygen produced into 4. Now, this is the number of moles of oxygen produced, but where? In the first half. Why I am saying first half? Because you are further doing the process. It is saying, however, a current of this much was continued. I mean, this much copper is produced, but you have not stopped the process. You are continuing the process of supplying electricity. How much electricity? This much. For how much time? This much. That will give more oxygen. So, sir, this is number of moles of oxygen produced during the first experiment. During the continued process, so continuing will form more oxygen. Therefore, number of moles of oxygen produced from the second step, again directly use Faraday's law, which says weight of any substance produced is equal to ZIT. But sir, we have to calculate number of moles. So write for weight, write law of equivalence. So weight equals, sir, number of gram equivalent is equal to weight upon equivalent weight. So weight will be equal to number of gram equivalent of oxygen produced into equivalent weight of oxygen. Z is E by F. That means equivalent weight of oxygen upon Faraday's number. I and T both are given. Sir, this got cancelled. Enjoy. Number of gram equivalent. So number of moles. Number of gram equivalent is equal to number of moles. But this is the second step. I mean the second continued process. So number of moles of oxygen obtained in the second continued process 2 into valency factor of oxygen that we already know it is 4. I guess current was 600 milliampere. So 600 into 10 is power minus 3 ampere. Time, for how much time it is passed? 28 minutes. 28 minutes we have to write in seconds. So into 60 upon what is Faraday charge on 1 mole electron. How much it is? Approximately 96500. So from here you can calculate number of moles of oxygen in the second step. So total moles of oxygen will be number of moles of oxygen obtained in the first step plus number of moles of oxygen obtained in the second step. So this thing into divide your responsibility. This thing into divide your responsibility. Into divide you have to do. I have said initially also. So that will give you total moles. Once you know this total moles, we know total moles is equal to volume of oxygen gas released at STP upon 22400, because you have to report answer, that is volume in ml. Now into divide is your job, which is also important, but you have to qualify. So do that into divide yourself. By the time moving to the next question. Now attempt this question. Let me read those comments by that time. Ariva. Okay. Hi Ariva, how are you? Understand beta, obviously. I understand. I said initially only. I was expecting this. Although the amount of comments I have received, I am more than happy, because you have your paper tomorrow, not you. Right now Sonali also was there. Sonali said she is also having chemistry paper. So see, ultimately we have not seen each other, but we know Sonali is giving chemistry tomorrow because she's from Maharashtra. You, Hariva, you are giving obviously you are, because you are saying physics. So now I know you must be CBSE student, so it's okay. But yes, to do see the recording beta. है ना? Perfect Ariva, thank you for coming and saying hi. So thank you. Now moving to the next question. The next question says, from chemical kinetics. Sir, chemical kinetics question was not there. Every session had a question, at least one. Some session had two. But sir, we have seen no question. The question which I have taken will help you to do all those questions. With just one question, you will revise all the formulas, all the logic which was asked in so many questions. That is the homework that I have done for you. So going to this question of chemical kinetics. The question says, A is turning to B and C is turning to D. It is first reaction. There are two reactions that is shown to you. Now consider both reactions are first order reaction. Question is telling us the rate constant for first reaction at 500 Kelvin is double of the same at 300 Kelvin. So talking about the first reaction first. Question is saying its rate constant at 500 Kelvin is double. So what is relationship between rate constant and temperature? Sir, ln of K2 upon K1 is equal to EA upon R 1 upon T1 minus 1 upon T2. I hope you guys remember that formula. Now, because I have two reactions, so let me write the first reaction as reaction A and second reaction as reaction C. Okay, remember this. First reaction is reaction A, second reaction is reaction C. I am first talking for the first reaction. So this is K2 as in Ka at 500 Kelvin, K1 as in Ka, A as in A is of first reaction. So how to solve? Okay, let me write that only. So what is K2? K2 is reaction rate constant of reaction A at 500 Kelvin upon rate constant of reaction A at 300 Kelvin. It is equal to EA. This is EA of first reaction, as in of A reaction, upon R. 1 upon T1 is 1 upon T1 is 300, T2 is 500. So 1 upon 300, 500. LCM will be 1500. More 0, but 500 minus 300 is 200. So I'm writing 2 because 2020 gone. I hope we are clear till this. Now, so since we know this, the question is saying rate constant is getting doubled. So we do not have to bother writing this because this is doubled. So this is 2 times of this. So this directly becomes ln of 2. So this directly becomes ln of 2 is nothing but EA of first reaction upon R, and this is 1 upon 750. So let me leave this here only, equation 1, because here I know what is EA. Okay, so let us write the activation energy. So activation energy of the first reaction is ln of 2 into R into 750. This much we know, which is activation energy of first reaction. Now, at 500 Kelvin, 50% of reaction becomes complete in 2 hours. Now, sir, both are first order reaction. 50% is T half. So T half is given to be 2 hour. T half of what? 50% of the reaction, because it was talking of the first reaction. That means of the first reaction. So for first reaction, we know T half also. So T half also of the reaction A is given out to be 2. The activation energy of the second reaction is half of the first reaction. So we know activation energy of this. So activation energy of the second reaction, which is we are taking as C, is half. So half of that is ln 2 into R into 750 upon 2. This is half. Now, if the rate constant at 500 Kelvin of the second reaction becomes double the rate constant of first reaction at the same temperature. Rate at 500 Kelvin, it is talking the rate constant of second reaction, as in rate constant K of second reaction, as in of C reaction at 500 Kelvin is double of value of K. I guess value of K of first reaction at 500 Kelvin. It is saying that if this happens, then rate constant of second reaction at 300. So first let us calculate at 500. Sir, how? Because for first reaction we know T half. So because we know T half, we can know K. Because for first order reaction, T half is equal to ln 2 by K. So this K will be equal to ln 2 by T half. So that means K of second reaction at 500 Kelvin will equal to 2 into K will be ln 2 upon T half, which is 2. So this 2 and 2 are gone. So you know K of second reaction at 500 Kelvin is ln 2. Now you have to determine its K at 300 Kelvin. So again using this formula, but now for what? For the second reaction. So let us use it. So for second reaction, as in for C reaction, I'm doing again what? ln of K2 by K1 is equal to, this is EA of second reaction upon R into, that thing will be same. So it will be 2 by 1500, because 1 upon 300 minus 1 upon 500. We have seen it previously only. So this is done. Now, I guess this EA value, you know, EA of this is ln 2 R. This is ln 2 into R gone, so not writing. 750 by 2. 750 by 2 into 2 by 1500. So I hope it is quite clear also that it is twice. So this is nothing but ln 2 by 2. What is ln 2 by 2? This thing, as in ln of K2 by K1. So, or why bother? This is 2, because this is 1 by 2. So 2 raised to the power 1 by 2. ln gone. That means I know K2 upon K1 is nothing but root 2. Simple, because this is also ln, this is also ln. 1 by 2 taking as power. So this is this mathematics you have to apply also. So I know K2. So value of K1 will be K2 upon root 2. So what is 2? For the second reaction, that is for the C reaction, we know at higher temperature, that is at 500 degrees Celsius, value of K we have determined, it is ln2. So it is ln2 upon root 2. Now we know K1. So let us check. Now you have to give, now you just have to solve, because this is 10 to the power minus 1. So I guess into divide is also easy now, because ln2 is 0.693, we already learn it, and this is 1.414. Now just this into divide you have to do, and whatever answer you will get, I guess it is somewhere around 0.4, so you'll get 0.5. So this is 5 into 10 to the power minus 1, so definitely 5 is your answer. I mean, this into divide you have to do. I hope we are clear. Yeah. Okay, Karthik. Okay, Karthik is doing hey. Okay, Karthik. Hey from my side also. Now, physical chemistry is done from here. Now we are starting with inorganic chemistry. So physical done. Congratulations. If you are seeing this in a recorded version, because right now I'm live. Right now I'm commenting for most of the students who will be seeing after board examination, but those who are here, thank you very much. But if you are here, then take out your pen and copy and practice with me. So before starting inorganic, let me sip some water, because organic physical is done. Physical was the most time consuming, because actually physical chemistry was good also. Yeah, whatever questions we had, physical was actually good. Or what we can do is, shall we take 5-minute break? Physical is done. From here we are starting inorganic. So let us take not 5 minutes. I have to go to washroom. So 8-minute breaks. This is 7:51. So we'll be back at 9 minutes. We'll be back at 8 p.m. Okay. So we are parting for break. Bye bye. We'll be we'll be coming in. We'll be coming at 8. Okay. Hello. Yes, guys, I'm back. So I hope those who are continuing with me are also back. And for most of the students with class 12 boards, all my best wishes. Yes, Adityan. Okay, you are wishing Ariva. I'm wishing you and Ariva also best of luck for your exams, for everything actually. If you're working, luck always favors you. So let us move to discussion of inorganic chemistry now. From this section you will obviously try to identify that these questions will be taking much lesser amount of time, but talking of the segregation that has been done by the January JEE, these questions are also relatively, initially from inorganic we expect single liners. Here with this January attempt, the single liners were also having multiple lines, so reading those lines, decoding those lines were taking bit of time. So again, inorganic was also a bit of time consuming. Moving to the, and let us see how it was. So the first question says, I hope this is the first question from inorganic. Yeah. Now the first question, this is the 14th question of first 21st January morning shift. So the question number that is written over here is not the sequential question number, the question number from the paper. So the 14th question of, this is not 14th question right now, this is the 14th question of 21st January morning shift. Now you are given with two statements, statement 1 and statement 2. Statement 1 says the number of species among SF4 as this which have tetrahedral geometry. So we have to first determine the geometry. So again, BSc theory you have to apply for first statement. So what about SF4? So this has 4 bond pair and 1 lone pair. So steric number will be 5. So shape will be seesaw, not tetrahedral. So not an option for us, because it is saying it should have tetrahedral shape and then we have to count the molecule. Now this NH4 is definitely tetrahedral, 4 bond pair, no lone pair. This nickel is neutral, so that means nickel oxidation state is +4. So if nickel is in +4 state, Phi co ni nickel is 28. So normally nickel is 4s2 3d 8, but because nickel is in +4 state, so 4 has gone, so this is nothing but 3d6. So nickel +4 becomes 3d6, and because chlorine is a weak field ligand, so no force pairing will take place. So what will be NiCl4? Sir, it will be sp3 hybridized and definitely tetrahedral. Yes, so this is also tetrahedral. Now xenon fluoride, sir, 4 bond pair and 2 lone pair, so it will be square planar with steric number 6, so not octahedral, so not an answer. Platinum complexes, all the transition metal down the group, the complexes have strong degeneracy, and because they have strong degeneracy, so even with coordination number 4, they what has larger splitting for coordination number 4? Square planar complexes. So all the heavy metals with 4 coordination number are square planar, and because square planar, so not tetrahedral, so not an answer. Selenium is oxygen family, usse tipo, that means it has 4 bond pair and 1 lone pair, so it is also not tetrahedral, so not an answer. And what about nickel? Nickel is 4s2 3d8. The oxidation state of nickel over here will be +2, so 4 has gone, so 3d8. Cn is a strong field ligand, so force pairing will take place, so 1d will be vacant. So hybridization will be dsp2, and therefore it will be square planar. So because it is square planar, so not tetrahedral. That means how many tetrahedral structure I have? 1 and 2, but it is saying 3 are having tetrahedral, not 3, 2 are having, therefore statement 1 is false. I hope we are clear. But see how many options, how many possible compounds we have to consider. That's why I'm saying initially inorganic questions were easy. Why? Because they were less time consuming. Now after this January JEE attempt, it has been observed that even a statement, for one statement we have to decode so many molecules, so it will require time. Sir, how to manage time? Practice more and more so that you do this, the same thing you have to do, but you have to do with a faster speed. So how speed becomes faster? By practicing more and more questions. So practice is going to make you perfect. Going to statement 2. Statement 2 says, in set of these 4 molecules, all the molecules have incomplete octet around central atom. So this nitrogen NO2 is having incomplete octet. Yes. Nitrogen double bonded oxygen and a coordinated bonded oxygen. This is lone pair. So what can you say about the octet? Sir, this is 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, but it is coordinating. This nitrogen is not having complete octet. So although you can make it like this also, that but yes, okay, nitrogen has 7. Okay, I'm sorry, nitrogen has 5 electrons na kaise 1 2 3 4 and it is having 5. So this 5th electron becomes the odd electron. So this odd electron will make it incompletely filled octet. So this is incomplete octet. Beryllium obviously has 2 electrons, so 2 2 becomes 4, so incomplete. This is AlCl3, so aluminum has 3 3, so that means this all have incomplete octet. Yes, this is correct. So 1 is false and 2 is true. So 1 is false and 2 is true. That means option 3 becomes your right answer. I hope we are clear till this. Now moving to the next question. Now the next question says, identify the molecule X with maximum number of lone pair obtained using Lewis dot structure. So we have to think of the Lewis dot structure of these molecules and identify that which has the maximum number of lone pair. Choose the correct bond angle made by central atom of the molecule. So first we have to now see, this is also, although it is a single question, but still it is having mixed packet. First you have to identify that which has maximum number of lone pair. I guess this is easy to do because obviously you can see nitrogen has 1 lone pair, each fluorine will have 3 lone pair. I have 3, so 3 3 9 plus 1 10. So obviously this NF3 from visually seeing also, or else you can calculate, but for that you will have to require time. So this NF3 will have maximum number of lone pair. So let me write number of lone pair. So total lone pair will be 3 for 1 fluorine. So 3 into 3 is 9. So it will have 10 lone pair and nobody had 10 number of lone pair. So this becomes your molecule. But for NF3 you do not have to tell the number of lone pair. You have to tell the bond angle. Sir, then nitrogen, it has a lone pair. Fluorine, fluorine, fluorine. So obviously I know because of that lone pair this angle is reduced. This angle becomes lesser than 109 degree 28 minute. So whatever option is less than. So this is not less than, this is less, this is also less, this is not less. But now sir, we have 2 options less than. So for here you again have to go to your basic theory. What does your basic theory says? We very well remember from class 10th that ammonia having a similar geometry, but the bond angle, some people also remember this angle. This is somewhere around 106.5 degree. And if you think of ammonia, among nitrogen and hydrogen, who is more electronegative? Nitrogen. So that means the electron density at nitrogen is high. So there is more concentration of negative charge along nitrogen. So if nitrogen being more electronegative has withdrawn electrons, so bond angle will be large enough. Why? Because electron density are on my shoulders here in case of ammonia. And if electron density was large, still it was at a distance of 106.5 degree. Now if among nitrogen and fluorine, fluorine is electronegative, that means electron density has been removed from nitrogen. So if my electron density have been removed and taken by the bonded atom, my bonds will get closer because now the shoulders, my shoulders are not heavy. The load of electron density has been snatched away from the participating atom. Therefore here electron density is reduced. So this theta will even be lesser than that angle, as in 106.5 degree. So this will help you, not Celsius, I'm sorry. So this will help you to predict that this will be your right answer, not this one. So again, although very logical question, but a time requiring question, and a beautiful question from chemical bonding. So I have taken those packets of question which will help you to understand those logics, which individually if you will apply, you will find number of questions on that. Moving to the next question. The next question says, which statement is not true regarding Xe2F2? Now we have to again see, we again have to read all the statements. So what about Xe2F2? Sir, 2 and 2, so it has 4 bond pair. What about lone pair? Oxygen, one oxygen will require 2 valence electrons, so 2 will require 4. This is so 6, so 6 electron gone, as in 1 lone pair, so steric number is 5. So if steric number is 5, what can you think about the structure, sir? Xe, there will be 1 lone pair on the equatorial position, double bonded oxygen, double bonded oxygen. All these species will be lying on a plane, so they will be on the equatorial position. And what about fluorine? 1 fluorine up, 1 fluorine down. Yes, I know these bonds will be slightly tilted. Why? Because lone pair repulsion is higher, so it will not be perfect 90 degree, but still they will acquire axial position. So shape will be seesaw. So let us see, it has a seesaw shape. Yes. Now students, just read it and pick the answer. Now read the question. That was I was telling you initially, how it is disguising you with the theory. It is asking you the non-true statements, not the true statements, and at the last it is saying give the correct answer. So you have to give the correct answer of selecting the incorrect option. Many students miss this. So you have to select incorrect. Among them, whatever is incorrect, now they are given here. Now you give the correct option. So people just see this correct. No, read the question. It is asking incorrect. So because this is correct, therefore not an answer for us. So whatever option is having A, delete that. So only one got deleted now, because A is correct, not incorrect, and it is asking not true, incorrect. So this is correct, so not an answer. Xenon has 5 electron pair. Now we can clearly see it is electron pair. So how many electron pair you have? This is 1 pair, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So it has 7 electron pair, not 5. So because it is written 5, so because it is incorrect, therefore an answer for us, although it is false. This is true, but we are asked what is incorrect, as in false. So B is answer. So B is answer, B is answer, B is answer. Now OXEO, as in this bond, is close to 180 degree. No, this is close to 120 degree. It is written 180. It should be 120. So this is false, false. So an answer. So C is an answer. C, no, C, no, C. So obviously this is, let us check directly E now. Xenon has 16 electrons. Okay, electron. If electron pair are 7, electrons will be 7 into 2, 14, not 16. So this is also incorrect because this is false. So an answer. So obviously B, C, E. That means option A is your answer. Yes. So I hope we are clear with this also. Now let us see the D that we have left. Xe is close to 180. Yes. Close to, that's what I said. It must be tilted, but what is it? Approximately it is close to 180 degree, somewhat less, but approximately. The theory is also saying no, it is close to, it is close to. So because it is close to, I'm sorry, so because it is close to, it is close to, so therefore answer. Now moving to the next question. Now the next question, okay, that we have done. The next question says the first row elements metal M does not liberate hydrogen gas. Okay, so first row transition metal as in 3D series. So you think which 3D series element do not release hydrogen gas? Sir, only one, which is copper. You know that from class 10th also, the reactivity series, all below hydrogen. I'm giving you a rhyme also. Below hydrogen in the activity series, below hydrogen, what is the most common metals you have? Chap. Remember it like this, chap. What is chap? Copper, silver, copper, mercury, silver, gold and platinum. Although we have more metals, but this is a rhyme that I'm giving you. In the activity series, alkali, alkaline earth metal or the reactive metals are above hydrogen, but these are below hydrogen, as in hydrogen is more reactive. Reactive as in as a metal. So who will get oxidized? Hydrogen will get oxidized and they will get reduced. So generally, whenever a metal react with acid, it forms hydrogen gas. So on redox point of view, what you have to do on redox point of view, if a metal is more active, then for hydrogen, it is going from +1 to 0 state, as in hydrogen is getting reduced. So all the metal who are more reactive, that is, they are having a tendency to oxidize and forces hydrogen to get reduced. But they are less reactive, as in they cannot force hydrogen to get oxidized. So what is the among them, who is the first transition series 3D series element? Copper. So question is not directly telling you it is talking of copper, but through this knowledge it is telling you that it is talking of copper. So our metal is definitely copper. Now is that now 1 mole of aqueous solution of this copper sulfate. So this MSO4 is nothing but copper sulfate solution. So I have 1 mole of copper sulfate solution. Now it is treated with excess of KCN, as in it is treated with Cn minus, and then H2S gas is passed through the solution. Now the amount of metal sulfide. Now first of all, I'm telling you one thing. Generally, transition metal with cyanide forms a soluble complex, and when that soluble complex is treated with H2S, they form sulfide, and generally sulfides gets precipitated. So if 1 mole of this is used, then 1 mole should get precipitated, but no, copper has a mystery. So again, a good question. Sir, what mystery? It's an inorganic knowledge giving you separately. But take these notes, download these notes. Do not wish to write these notes, and revise these notes properly, because it's a very beautiful science of copper. Some people say, sir, we have to remember. Yes, because see, JEE is also interested in 3D series. So for D block, 3D series details, K2CR2 and KMNO4 logic, that you have to learn from NCERT. So now learning something about copper. Copper ion, like all D block ions, react with Cn minus ion, and definitely it also forms a complex, but copper complex with cyanide gets precipitated. It gets precipitated in form of CuCN whole twice. Now this product produced is also not stable. This unstable species undergoes redox. You can clearly see copper is in what oxidation state over here? +2. It reduces itself, forming copper +1 ion, and this Cn minus gets oxidized to form the poisonous cyanogen gas, a very beautiful chemistry around revolving copper. Now this copper +1 states cyanide that is formed is again precipitated. It is not a saturated, it is not a soluble solution. So once, if you use limited amount of KCN, then you see that this precipitate. But if concentration of KCN is increased, as in you use excess of KCN, now this precipitate gets dissolved and you form this complex of copper. Now here oxidation of copper is +1 only. Now this complex of copper, which is CuCN4 with a charge of 3 minus, when this guy is subjected to H2S, the copper has no interaction. The copper does not even react with this H2S, which generally all the D block, generally most of the D block cation gets precipitated. But this copper, because it is involved in strong coordination bond formation with cyanide, it will not react with a weak ligand of cyanide of sulfide S2 minus. So actually you get no PPT. So even if you have used 1 mole of copper, how much precipitate you got? 0. So what should be your answer? 0. But this has nothing to do with stoichiometry. It has to do with the knowledge of inorganic science, that copper sulfide is not created. I hope we are clear till this. Now moving to the next question. The next question says, consider the following statement about manganate. Manganate is MnO4 2 minus, and permanganate, which is MnO4 minus. identify the correct statement. Okay, now we have to identify the correct statement, mind you. Now, A statement says the geometry of both manganate and permanganate. Obviously, this is quite doable. How do we draw this manganate? Manganese oxo acid, so double bond O, double bond O, double bond O, 1 with O minus. So how many electrons manganese has its in its valence shell? Sir, 4s2, 3d5, so 7. So 2, 4, 6 and 7. What about MnO4? Okay, this is 2 minus. Okay, I'm sorry. This is 2 minus. So, okay, why bother? Because it is 2 minus. So what I'll do is, I'll remove one bond. Let me remove one. So this oxygen will also become minus. So this is MnO4, 2 minus. Still, structure is the same. Yes, its oxidation number will be +6. And because it is +6, that means it will have one unpaired electron, because manganese has 4s2, 3d5. So 4s2, 2 gone, 3d5, 5 gone. 5 plus 2 is 7. So if it is in +7 state, then it is diamagnetic. Here, it will have one unpaired electron in 3d. So this will be paramagnetic. This will definitely be diamagnetic with structure which I have drawn initially. Double bond O, double bond O, double bond O and O minus. So both structure is tetrahedral, yes. So this is definitely true. So A is true. A is true. Okay, A is already there in all the options. Now, the oxidation state of manganese and manganate and permanganate, which we have already calculated. In manganate, it is +6, but it is saying opposite, so it is false. Oxidation state of Mn+2 salt by peroxo disulfate. So if I have a Mn+2 cation and it is getting oxidized by peroxo disulfate, as in S2O8 2 minus, gives manganate ion. No. See, oxidation of Mn+2, manganese generally after getting oxidized exists as what? You tell me, sir. We have seen reactions of KMnO4. We have seen KMnO4 as a most important reagent. Why? Because it is formed. Why it is formed? Because it is stable. So if at all you have to oxidize this manganese, it will reach where? To its maximum stable electronic configuration, which is not +7, which is not +6, because +6 will have one unpaired electron. So it is still paramagnetic. It will still have a tendency to react. So where it will try to reach, it will try to reach at a state of +7, the most stable oxidation state. So in general, Mn exists as MnO4 minus. So not manganate, permanganate, although a logic given in NCERT, but you can predict this also. So because it is saying so manganate, so this is incorrect. Now manganate ion is paramagnetic, that we have already seen, and permanganate, yes, it is diamagnetic, so D is also correct. Acidified KMnO4 ion reduces it is an oxidizing agent, so it should oxidize people. Yes, it definitely oxidizes oxalate to CO2, nitrite to nitrate, iodide to I2, all NCERT logic. But even if you do not know that, you do know this is an oxidizing agent, but it is saying it reduces, so this is also wrong. So what is correct? A and D as an option 2 is your right answer. Now moving to the next question. The next question says, consider this reaction. We are seeing this reaction now. NaCl is reaction with K2Cr2O7, an oxidizing agent in acidic medium. Now this is classic case of formation of chromyl chloride, a very important reaction given in NCERT, asked in your lab analysis also. So sir, this is so important. Yes, so sir, again, these notes are helpful for you, so I have done those important things for you separately. Actually, somebody was saying, sir, I do not remember salt analysis. So salt analysis, the one of the most important salt analysis topic, which is test of chloride ion. How to test chloride ion? You bring any salt having Cl minus, add K2Cr2O7 in acidic medium. What you see a orange red. It may be orange, it may be red, depending upon the concentration of the salt and K2Cr2O7 that you have taken. but you can easily remember it as orange red solution of orange red gas of chromyl chloride is produced. When you pass this gas of CrO2 Cl2 into a base like NaOH, a yellow solution is produced. Now what is the solution? The solution is sodium chromate, which is Na2CrO4. Now CrO4 2- is called chromate ion. CrO4 2- is called chromate ion, which is yellow colored solution, which ion creates a color of a yellow color. Now an NCERT facts, very important facts. Now when this is treated with H2O2, when this is treated with H2O2, the chromium, if you just check the oxidation state of chromium, where in this ion it is +2 plus X minus 8 equals 0, that means chromium is in +6 oxidation state. Now once it is reacted with hydrogen peroxide in acidic medium, it forms a beautiful blue colored complex. Now this blue colored complex is not important, it is very important. What is it? The famous butterfly structure of chromium pentoxide. Now what is this chromium pentoxide and this butterfly? This is soon of butterfly and these are the wings of butterfly. So the wings of butterfly are the peroxide oxygens, the 4 peroxide oxygens, and 1 is the oxo, double bonded oxygen. So still the oxidation state of chromium is +6 here also, here also. Now this is the inorganic knowledge that first you should have. Once you have this inorganic knowledge, now let us decode the question. So what does the question say? The question asks you, in the product C, so after reaction with H2O2B, which is Na2CrO4, forms C, which is nothing but CrO5, which is blue colored chromium pentoxide. Now in this chromium pentoxide, it is saying X is the number of O2, 2-. So 2 oxygen with 2-. Where are 2 oxygen with 2-? Sir, it is 2 oxygen. Its oxidation state is -1. This is also -1 because this is peroxide. So this is O2 2-. This is also O2 2-. So this is O2 2 - 1. This is O2 2 - 2. So 1 + 1 2. Okay, let me write 1 over there. So that means value of X is 2. Now why is the total number of oxygen atoms present? Okay, now let us calculate total number of oxygen atom present. So 1 2 3 4 5 oxygen atom present. So total number of oxygen atom present in what? Why is the total number of oxygen atom present? Okay, in product C only you have to think. So okay, this is 5. Now Z is the oxidation state of chromium. So oxidation state of chromium over here we have already written is 6. So this is 6. So 6 + 5 is 11. 11 + 2 is answer is beautifully 13. Now you have to know the reactions also, and after knowing the reactions, you again have to bring out your common sense and do the calculation. So this mathematification of chemistry has also disturbed students in inorganic side. Why disturbed? Because they were not one-liners. You read the question, take the answer. No, you read the question, spend handsome amount of attention to it, and if you practice, if you know NCERT properly, use the NCERT logic. Those who do not know, that's why I have given all the important informations also. So this slide, this PPT, this handwritten notes, download this. After my class, it will be available in the WhatsApp channel. So subscribe and stay updated with PWJ English WhatsApp channel, where you will be getting all these data, and stay updated. Moving to the next question. The next question says total number of unpaired electrons present in central metal atom ions of. Okay, now we have to calculate total number of unpaired electrons. Again, we have to do and decode for each molecule. Now this nickel is in 0 oxidation state. So nickel, let me write nickel separately. This is 4s2 3d8. So if it is having a 0 oxidation state, that means no electrons are lost. So post that, because carbonyl is a strong field again, so forced pairing will take place. So because forced pairing will take place, so 8 plus 2 becomes 10. 4s electron will be forced inside 3D, and 10 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll not be doing this again. I hope you're clear. Whenever forced pairing takes place, D gets completely filled. So how many unpaired electrons it has? 0. What about this? Let us directly calculate oxidation state of nickel is plus 2. So 2 electrons of 4s is gone. So it is having just 3d8. Chlorine is no weak field again. So 3d8 will be 5, 6, 7, 8. That means these two electrons will be unpaired. So here we have 2 unpaired electrons. Platinum complexes, remember, they are always square planar. That means they are dsp2 hybridized, because square planar complexes have dsp2 hybridization. So force pairing must be taking place irrespective of the ligand, because in cases of heavy d block cation, they themselves do the degeneracy of d orbitals to the largest extent. They do not require ligand to do that. They themselves do it, and therefore they are quite stable, because they release that stabilization energy. Therefore it is square planar. Now because it is square planar, so its oxidation state is again plus 2. Nickel, platinum and palladium. Nickel, PD and PT, they are similar group elements. So this is, if this is 3d8, this is 4d8, so this will be 5d8 plus 2. That means 6s electron will be gone, and this 5d8 will be filled how? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was, if it was filled like this way, then it should be square planar, but because whatever things I have discussed with you, we know it is square planar. So this will be gone and it will be forced inside, and therefore its hybridization will be dsp2. So number of unpaired electrons over here also will be 0. Now these logic, although some people remember this logic, but I am explaining it with the basic, so that all those of you who do not even know it, just with these important question discussion, you will know the theory also. So it will have 0. Again over here nickel is in plus 2, so it will have 3d8. Cyanide is also a strong field ligand, therefore it will also have forced pairing, so it will also have no unpaired electron. Again it is platinum, we already discussed it, so it will be 0, because this is again plus 2, so same configuration. So actually only this guy is paramagnetic, rest are diamagnetic, and this paramagnetic guy is having how many unpaired electrons? 2. So if you add 2 with zeros, ultimately you will get to a good question. Time consumption is there, but deliberately taken those questions so that it will help you to learn the logic. Moving to the next question. Now the next question is from again D block. Now it is saying the number of pairs from the following in which both ions are colored. Now if you want to be colored, generally, not always, because ligand metal transfer also take place, but generally for mains you should just know this, that whenever unpaired electrons are present, then those unpaired electrons can easily take energy from white light, any source of light. Once they absorb that light, they easily get excited, and according to atomic structure, we know every body is a black body. So whenever they get excited to a higher energy state, they give back the energy and come back to the ground state. So when they give back that energy, what energy they have taken? Energy of visible radiation. So whatever the radiations they throw is also of visible radiation range. So they show color. So technically you do not have to learn the colors, just learn the logic that whenever some species, some ions have unpaired electron, they will have a tendency to show color. So ultimately it is again, theoretically it is challenging, but if you know that fact, then it is again calculation of unpaired electrons. So those who will have unpaired electrons will show color. So scandium has no unpaired electrons. So because this can't show, so obviously the pair can't show, because it is saying both the ions. So this is diamagnetic, so it can't show color. Mn plus 2 will have 5 unpaired electrons. Chromium plus 2 will have 4 unpaired electrons. So yes, here both can show. Copper plus 2 will have 1 unpaired electron. Zinc will have no unpaired electrons. So this one can show, but one cannot show. Ni plus 2 nickel 3d8 will also have unpaired electrons, but no. Titanium Shakti as in 22, so plus 4 will have no unpaired electrons, so this can't show. This can, but this can't. So okay, only one pair. So the statement is saying is 3. No. Only one pair is capable of showing color. Statement is saying 3 pair. So because this is wrong, so this is false. Statement 2 says thorium plus 4. Now what is thorium? Now again, for that you have to know the periodicity, the periodic table arrangement. So where is thorium? Sir, you just know this rhyme. What rhyme? After actinium, after what is thorium? In after yes, after actinium, what is the rhyme? Although I have discussed that rhyme in periodic table also. थोड़े पहलवान उनसे निपटेंगे, पुराने आम कम बेखेंगे. So the first element is थोड़े. Just know that rhyme so that you know the element, the symbol. So this is thorium. So sir, what is actinium? Through periodicity we know. Sir, this is 7s2, and for actinium what we have to do, after s you fill one less, as in 6d. So the actinium is 61 and thorium is the next, so this is 5f1. So ultimately for D and F, all these shell behaves as valence shell. So how many electrons it has in its valence shell? 2 plus 1 plus 1. Post that it will attain an inert configuration. So thorium plus 4 has lost all the possible electrons, so it can't further lose. So it itself now cannot oxidize. So if I cannot oxidize, I cannot reduce others. Look at the statement. It is saying thorium is the strongest reducing agent. No, sir. If you want to become a reducing agent, you have to oxidize yourself, because it has oxidized itself to the maximum extent. Now it will not disturb its electronic configuration. So leave strongest. It will not even be a reducing agent. Therefore, this statement is also incorrect, which will require knowledge of periodicity and again D block elements, because D block elements you should know where it is standing. Again, although you do not have to check now, but these are F block elements, so you have to know that rhyme. It is already there in my periodicity topic. Just go to the 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes you will learn all those mnemonics of D and F block elements. Just remember, learn it for 3D and for lanthanoids and actinides. That's it. Moving to the, okay, let me see. This one we have done. So this is done. Moving to the next question. Now, the next question says you again have to identify the correct set. Okay. Again, see. All the inorganic chemistry questions, all as in most of the inorganic questions are this way. They are having multiple options and you have to check all the options. So that will require time. Now, cobalt 4s2 3d7. So cobalt is in what state? Plus 3. So 4s gone, 3d7 becomes 3d6. Ammonia is a strong field ligand, so forced pairing will take place. So yes, 3d6, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So inner will be filled, so it will have D2sp. Yes, it will form inner orbital complex. This is correct. Perfect. Manganese is 4s2 3d5. Oxidation state of manganese over here is plus 3. So 4s gone and 3d5 will become 3d4. Because chlorine is a weak field ligand, so it will be filled, 4 will be filled in a regular fashion, 1, 2, 3, 4. So because how many chlorine I have? 6. I have 6 chlorine, but because I do not have 2 inner D, I have just 1. So obviously outer D will be used, so it will be sp3d2 and it will be an outer orbital complex. Yes, it is also definitely correct. So next is cobalt is in plus 3 oxidation state. So cobalt is 4s2 3d7. So 2 gone, 3d7 becomes 3d6. Because again fluorine is a weak field ligand, so here also all the 6 will be filled. So this is also out. Okay, this will be an outer orbital complex, yes, but its hybridization will not be D2sp3, it will be sp3d2. So because it is saying, so this is wrong, therefore C is wrong. Fe is in plus 3 state, so 4s2, Fe is 4s2 3d6. So 4s gone, it becomes 3d5. Fluorine is a weak field again, so all the 5 will be filled, so it will also be sp3d2. Yes. Outer orbital complex, yes, this is also correct. Nickel is in +2 state, so 4s2 gone, 3d8. Cyanide is a strong field again, so forced fairing will take place, so it will form an inner orbital complex, correct, but its hybridization will be dsp2, not sp3, so this is wrong. So what are correct? A, B and D. Option 2 will be your right answer. I hope we are clear till this. Moving to the next question. Now, the next question says number of isoelectronic species among this and this is n. So first we have to check that which is the isoelectronic species. So let us check the isoelectronic species. Scandium has 21. So 21, 3 gone, it will have 18. I am calculating number of electrons. Chromium has 24. 2 gone, it will have 22. Manganese has 25. So 3 gone, so it is also 22. Okay, isoelectronic scene. Cobalt has 27. 3 gone, so 24. Iron has 26. 3 gone, so 23. So how many of them are isoelectronic? I hope it is clear. 2. So value of n will be 2. See, they are supplying information with questions. This is what happened with mathematics. You calculate this. After calculating, put in the other formula. After that, put in sometimes there are 3 input output in one formula answer. This, they have intentionally made such questions in inorganic in whole of the chemistry, and therefore I'm again telling you, do these questions. I have deliberately selected, although I will be taking more amount of time, but I am taking this pain to help you. So for taking help, at least even if you're not watching it live, do remember to see this in a recorded session, because it is going to help you. I do not know to what extent. Moving forward now. So now I know the value of n. So if 2 moles of AgCl is formed during the reaction of complex with formula this. Okay. So if 2 moles of AgCl is formed, that means 2 chlorine will be ionizable. And if 2 chlorines will be ionizable, that means its formula should be somewhere like cobalt. Okay. It is having En. En will be acting as a ligand only, because this is a bidentate ligand. Then I have ammonia, I can take this also, and out of the 3 chlorine, 1 I can take inside, because now the coordination number will be 6. And 2 chlorines I have to take outside. Why? Because it is saying it is giving n moles of AgCl. So I need 2 moles of AgCl. If I need 2 moles of AgCl, I need 2 chlorine acting as a now counter ions. Therefore, after knowing that too, this will be a formula. Now, the number of electrons present in T2G, this is T2G orbital of complex. So now it is asking, now let us calculate this again, electronic configuration. So cobalt is x minus 1. So okay, x minus 3 equals 0. Overall molecule is 0. So cobalt is in +3 state. So 4s gone, 3d6. So because it is 3d6, ethylene diamine is a strong field ligand. Ammonia acts as a strong field ligand for cobalt +3. So obviously force pairing will take place. So T2G and EG, because splitting is large. So after filling of 3 electron, 3 will be going here only, because splitting is large, because these ligands are strong. Therefore, you will have 6 electrons in the T2G set. So your answer will be 6. Moving to, yeah, this is the next question. Moving to the next question. The next question says the correct increasing order of spin only magnetic moment values of complex. Okay, correct increasing order you have to. So ultimately, spin only magnetic moment is, again you have to calculate what? Number of unpaired electrons. So let us calculate number of unpaired electrons. Sir, can I get blank PDF of this session for writing like test? Kind request, physics. Blank PDF was very helpful. Okay, blank PDF, soul as in soul of Medico. So soul, blank PDF as in the questions in PDF format. I didn't get what he is asking, because questions you have already attempted Acha, okay, this is not a mock test. Beta, actually the blank one, I'll try to push it. I'll try to push it, beta. Yes. So in WhatsApp channel, I'll try to push that. I'll make arrangement. You need it. Remember, your wish is our command. So I will do. I'll take a rough sheet. You'll get it in the WhatsApp channel. Don't worry. Perfect. Now, moving to the next question. You came after so many students because for so many, so yes, beta. Without solution. I got your point. You will get the without solution, you will get so that you can practice. Don't worry. So it will be done. Moving to the next question. The next question says the okay, we already read this question. We have to calculate unpaired electrons. So for manganese, what can you say? So 4s2 3d5. This is +2. So this will have 5 unpaired electrons because bromine is weak field ligand. Copper 4s2 4s1 3d10 +2. So this will be 3d9. It will have 1 unpaired electron. 3d9. Water is a weak field ligand. Now, what about this one? This is nickel +2. So 4s2 3d8. 4 is gone, 3d8. Strong field ligand, so it will have 0 unpaired electron. This is nickel +2. So, but because it is a weak field ligand, so +8 will have 2 unpaired electrons. So this is having 0 and so which is having highest spin only magnetic move. So which has highest? A has highest. After that we have Delhi. After that we have Bombay, and least is of C. So option 2 is your right answer. See, so this is how questions are asked to you in inorganic chemistry. Moving to the next question. Now the next question says, statement again, you have to do it. Hybridization, shape and spin only magnetic moment of this is sp3d2. Let us see this. This is cobalt. This cobalt is in CO3, CO3 2 minus is carbonate ion. So carbonate ion has a denticity of 2 because CO3 2 minus as in C double bond O minus O minus. So it will have a denticity of 2, right? And having charge of -2. So what about oxidation state? Potassium is +3. Cobalt is X. I do not know. So -2 into -6 equals, okay, again, it is +3 only. So 4s2 3d cobalt. 1 FeCO. Yes. 4s2 3d7. 4s2 gone. So this is 3d6. After 3d6, and this is also a weak field again. So 3d6 as in 6 electrons will be filled, so no force pairing. So yes, it will be sp3d2 because denticity is 2. So coordination number 6. Octahedral, yes, and because it is 3d6, so it will have 4 unpaired electrons. So 4 unpaired electron will have spin only magnetic moment of unpaired electrons +2, n into n +2. So 4 + 2 is 6. 6 4 are 24. So 20 less than 5. Yes. So this is correct. Because this is correct, so statement 1 is correct. Statement 2, geometry, hybridization, spin only magnetic moment of these ions. Oh, now you have to check this much. So I hope if you check this thing, obviously we can easily check it for nickel. It is +2. So because it is +2, forced pairing will take place, and because forced pairing will take place, so it will have dsp2 hybridization, yes, and will have no unpaired electrons. So it will have magnet spin only magnetic moment. It will have 0, although I guess it is misprinting because it is asking this also and magnetic moment also. But again, yes, it is dsp2 hybridized. This is 4. Bromine is weak field ligand, so it will be sp3. Cobalt in +3 state, weak field ligand fluorine, so this will be sp3d2. And definitely because this is right, so you can check this also. I guess both the statements are correct, so option 3 will be your right answer. But yes, you have to check this for each molecule. Moving to the next question. Now the next question says, X is the number of geometrical isomerism. Okay, now isomerism topic also is very famous for mains type of questions. Now we know platinum always forms what complexes? Square planar complexes. Yes. Okay, we have a participant now. We have two participants now. So Binish, कौन सी date को है? अच्छा, they are talking about themselves. Exam. You are asking from whom? Option C. Vishwas is working. So Vishwas, thank you, beta. Now, this is square planar complex. Okay. So because it is a square planar complex, so tetrahedral can't show hybridization, can't show isomerism, especially the geometrical isomerism. But because it is symmetrical, but square planar can. And it is platinum having ammonia, water, and that means all the four are different. So what is the possible number of arrangements? So let us say I have M A B C D. So M B can be trans, C can be trans, or D can be trans. These are the only three possibilities. So how many geometrical isomers you can have of the form M A B C D having square planar geometry? If it was tetrahedral, it will be 0, but because it is platinum, so it will definitely be square planar. Therefore it will have 3 geometric isomers. So value of X will be 3. Now Y is the number of optically inactive isomer. Now for this, for M, this is oxalato, so it is a symmetrical bidentate ligand. So that the chromium having coordination, so OX will be here, OX will be here, and 2 chlorines will come over here. Now because it has a plane of symmetry, so this trans isomer will be optically inactive and the cis will be optically active. It is asking inactive, so this trans one will be optically inactive, which is just 1. So this will be 1. So value of Y will be 1. Now Z is the number of geometrical isomerism exhibit. Okay, now geometrical isomerism shown by complex of the form MA3B3. So now this is famous board level NCERT knowledge. This is facial form and meridional form, the FAC-MER isomers. So how many isomers are they? 2, facial and FAC and MER form. Add them up. So answer will be definitely 6. Moving to the next question. The next question says a chromium complex with molecular formula this has a spin only magnetic moment of 3.87. Its solution conductivity corresponds to 1:2. Again, now it is supplying you the information that if you have this complex, then you get 1 cation and 2 anions. So obviously the cation will be having the complex metal, the positive metal ion. But how many anions you have? 2. That means out of this, who will be the ionizable anion? Sir, chlorine. So that means this complex will have 2 chlorine as counter ions. It is there in the option. It is there through this value. Now, so for that, how many chlorine I have? 3. So chromium, 1 chlorine will be inside, 5 water will be inside, because generally what coordination number is seen? 6. That's why it has taken 6 water, and 2 chlorine will be acting as counter ions because it is a 1:2. So this will be cation and these are the 2 anions. But in the question it is having 6 water, you have taken 5 water. So again a theoretical logic is also asked out of you, because water can act as a ligand also. It can act as water of crystallization also. So there are some salts which contain water of crystallization. So 1 water will be acting as water of crystallization. So I hope we are clear till this. Now, post that, the question says that this much gram of complex, now we have predicted its molecular formula. So this much gram, so we'll calculate it number of moles. So number of moles will be equal to 2.75 upon molar mass of this complex. You can calculate. How? So chromium is given 52 plus 35.5 plus 18, water is 18 into 6 plus 71. You do that maths, you will get your molar mass. That means you know the number of moles. Number of moles of what? Number of moles of this complex that you have taken, because the question is saying you have taken this much gram of complex. Was initially passed through a cation exchanger, then you have done some cation exchange with it. The solution obtained after the process was reacted with excess of AgNO3. Now, if you react this with AgNO3, what you get? You get AgCl. How much AgCl you get? Sir, we know if this is reacted with AgCl, then I am definitely going to get twice of AgCl. Why? Because this 1 mole will have 2 ionizable chlorine. So 1 will react with 2 moles of this and will give, it will be AgNO3. So 1 will react with 2 moles of this and you get 2 moles of AgCl. So if 1 gives you 2, then N will give you 2N moles. N value you can definitely calculate. So you have calculated number of moles of AgCl. After that, the amount of AgCl formed in the above processes, now you have to report that amount in gram. Now, it is actually a mole concept question, but this mole concept question is coupled with coordination chemistry logic. A very good question, because you have to do into divide also, although that into divide is your responsibility. So whatever value of N, you put that value of N, this will be number of moles. So number of moles will be equal to weight, and this is the weight that we have to calculate upon molar mass of AgCl, obviously, which is Ag is 108 plus 35.5. So 108 plus 35.5 plus minus into divide you do. So this into 2 into N. N is this upon molar mass. So I hope, yeah, now we have some participants also. So good. I hope we are clear till this. Perfect. Now, moving to the next question. Now, the next question says, okay, again, it is a statement based question. Statement 1 says the number of paramagnetic species among these is 3. Okay, let us see. Paramagnetic are 3. Cobalt is in +3 oxidation state. So cobalt having +3 oxidation state, 4s2. See, you have to do these things again and again. So practice them very, very hard. Now, cobalt is, so 4s2 gone. Now 3D, it will become 3d6, and because it becomes 3d6, so because fluorine is weak field ligand, so it will have 4 unpaired electrons. So number of paramagnetic species, yes, it is a paramagnetic species. Now, what about this TiF6? So titanium, Shakti 22. So 4s2, 3d2. This is also +3. So 4s gone. So this is 3d1. This becomes 3d1. Now, because this is 3d1, yes, definitely it will also have this 1 unpaired electron. So it will be paramagnetic. Vanadium is in +5. So vanadium has 4s2, 3d3. So yes, it will have no unpaired electron. So this is not paramagnetic. Fe is in +3 state. So 4s2, 3d6, 4s gone, 3d5, 3d6, +3, 3d5, 3d5. And because although cyanide is a strong field ligand, but if you have 5 electrons and you try to force them, still after forcing the 5 electrons to pair, this 1 will still remain unpaired. So because of this 1 electron, this still will have unpaired electrons. So yes, it will also be paramagnetic. So 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3 are paramagnetic. So statement 1 is correct. But see, perfect. Statement 1 is true. Yes, Sol. Perfect, bhai. Statement 2. Here iron is in +2 oxidation state. Here iron is in +3 oxidation state. So +2 as in 4 has gone. So this is 3d6 and this is 3d5. And here this is Fe +2. So this is also 3d6. So okay. So this has greater, this is the correct order of terms of number. Okay, now you have to check that what is the order of unpaired electrons. So this is a complex, this is also a complex. Here iron is in +3 state. So +3 state will have 3d5. Okay, but this guy has a strong field ligand. So 3d6 will have 4 pairing, and 6 when 4 paired will have no unpaired electrons. So number of unpaired electrons will be 0, because strong field ligand with 3d6 all will be paired. strong field ligand with 3d5, so it will still have one unpaired electron. Now this is a water is a weak field ligand with +2, so +2 is again 3d6 but weak field ligand. So 3d6 as in it will have 4 unpaired electrons, because 5, then this one will be filled, no force pairing, so 4 unpaired electrons. And what about this? This is +3, so 3d5, so it will have 5 unpaired electrons, because that is also a weak field ligand. So yes, this is 0, 1 is greater, 4 is greater, 5 is much greater. Now you have to statement 2. Yes soul, perfect bhai. But see soul, for such questions you are requiring time, and time you require practice. So practice these questions very hard. Option A, perfect bhai. Moving to the next question. Thank you, people are working with me. Moving to the next question. The next question says, again I have to now not the correct, now we have to select the incorrect statement about nickel 2 complex with DMG. Now DMG is dimethyl glyoxime. Now it is also a very famous inorganic fact. Now what is the inorganic fact? Let me go to the inorganic fact first. Okay, Gaurav Kumar, beta, do not worry, join it from now, take out your pen and copy and start attempting with me. We have finished physical chemistry important questions. We are almost close to ending inorganic important questions, and then we'll moving to organic. Physical we have done, almost closing inorganic, and now we'll be moving to organic. Now, so this now DMG forms a very beautiful complex with nickel, a very classic reaction, and because it is very important, so again I have deliberately made it for you. Nickel +2 forms a very stable complex with DMG. Now what is DMG? We all know glyoxal, which is 2-carbon dialdehyde. When that 2-carbon aldehyde is substituted with a methyl branch, it becomes dimethyl glyoxal, dimethyl, that aldehyde derivative. Now it is an oxime of this aldehyde. What is this aldehyde? 2-carbon aldehyde. Now how do you form oxime? You remove this double bond O and react it with NH2OH, hydroxylamine. So double bond come over here and you get this, which is generally known as an oxime. I'm deliberately not writing this because I want you to just have this picture and make it by heart. Do not take the downloaded version of these notes. So in basic medium, it forms a PPT, and the PPT is formed due to formation of this cherry red complex. This cherry red complex has hydrogen bonding between this H and this O. This hydrogen bonding is intramolecular hydrogen bonding formed by O- of one DMG group and OH of the other DMG group. So this becomes a 6-membered ring. This also becomes a 6-membered ring. This becomes a 5-membered ring with the metal. This becomes a 5-membered ring with the metal. So 2 5-membered rings and 2 6-membered rings, but these 6-membered rings are due to intramolecular hydrogen bonding, and these 5-membered rings are due to the chelation effect of DMG. And this complex of nickel is a beautiful cherry red complex. I hope we are clear till this. Now this Rohan, this cherry red complex is a characteristic reaction. Characteristic as in you have to know these reactions because they are treated as a test for detection of cations. What cation we are detecting right now? Ni+2. It reacts with what? It reacts with DMG and you get that cherry red complex. Now once you know that inorganic logic, post that you have to apply that logic to solve questions. How? Let's see. It is red color. Yes, it is a red color complex. It has high solubility in water at pH 9. pH 9 as in basic medium. High solubility? No sir, it was a PPT. Just check. It was a precipitate. So because it was a precipitate, because we have seen over there it was a precipitate. So because it was precipitate, can you say it's soluble? No sir, we cannot say. So it has a high solubility. It has a high solubility. So obviously it was a PPT. So it is not soluble, so it is wrong. But we have to identify incorrect statement. So this is definitely wrong. Okay, it has a high, let me, okay, inorganically see. Okay, chalo, moving ahead. As of now we know that red is a PPT. So definitely no. See, NH2H is a base. Base base creates pH more than 7. Yes, yes. So at pH more than 7, which is a basic medium, yeah, it will be a precipitate, and because it's a precipitate, so it's not soluble. So because it is incorrect, so B is an answer for us. Perfect. Now the Ni ion has 2 unpaired d electrons. The nickel ion has 2 unpaired d electrons. So nickel ion is Ni plus 2 over there. And this Ni plus 2, for nickel we have 4s2 3d phi coni 3d8. So this is 3d8, and it will have 2 unpaired electrons. So, but this DMG is creating a chelation effect. And because it is creating a chelation effect, so what is a chelation effect? It's a stabilizing effect. So if it is a stabilizing effect, then can't you predict that it has to be a strong field ligand? Why? Because generally if you have 4 ligands coming to you, you should form a tetrahedral complex. But this has to become a square planar complex because this is forming a ring. This is also forming a ring. That means these bonds and these bonds has to lie on the same plane. So this becomes a square planar complex, and therefore because it is a square planar complex, therefore hybridization will be dsp2, and for making dsp2 hybridization, force pairing will take place, and because force pairing will take place, so this 3d8 will have no unpaired electron, considering it as a strong field ligand. So whether it has 2 unpaired electrons? No. So because it is incorrect, so it will also be an answer for your good question. Now D says the Ni nitrogen nickel nitrogen bond angle is almost close to 90 degrees. So yes, it is correct, and because it is correct, so not an answer, because we have calculating incorrect. And E says the complex contains 4 5-membered rings. We already seen it contains 2 5-membered rings and 2 6-membered rings. So it contains 2 5-members. So this is also wrong. So wrong. So an answer. So B, C, E. Perfect. But see, you should know inorganic also. You should know inorganic also. You should know inorganic also. And post knowing that inorganic, you again have to read statements also. So common sense is also required. Now, such questions are also coming where you cannot just learn mug and move ahead. You will have to put in some common sense, and then only you will get your answer. Moving to the next question. The next question says, okay, now the next question discusses about this nickel complex with PPH3. It is a derivative, a phenyl derivative of phosphine, because we know that phosphorus also has a lone pair. So like PH3, if you have a phenyl derivative of PH3, this is also called triphenylphosphine. So after formation of this triphenylphosphine, what you get is it is saying that this is a paramagnetic complex. Identify the incorrect statement. Now for this complex, we have to identify the incorrect statement. So these are the 5 statements that are given to you. So let us identify. Okay, this is, we have reached to this question. Attempt this question by the time I sip some water. I hope some of you must be getting close to answer. Vishwas. Okay, Vishwas was solving. Rohan is saying how cherry is formed. Beta, not cherry. Actually, the complex that is formed has a cherry red color. It is not cherry. It is so reddish that theoretically it is said that color is cherry red. So it is not cherry actually. The color is corresponding to redness of a cherry. Cherry is formed. Chalo, moving to the, I was just putting the light away from here. Now, moving to the, talking about this question. Now, the question says, we have a complex and it is paramagnetic. The complex exhibit geometrical isomerism. So this, if it is a paramagnetic complex, then nickel, which is in +2 state, will have 3d8 configuration, and in order to be paramagnetic, I should not have forced pairing. So I should have all the d electrons configured like this. That means it has to be tetrahedral. So if it is tetrahedral, we know tetrahedral complexes cannot show geometrical isomerism, and it is saying the complex exhibit no. So this is false. And again, we have to identify incorrect statement. So because it is false, so therefore an answer for us. Hope we are clear with this now. Post that, the complex is white in color. Now, triphenyl phosphine complex of this nickel cation is a classic blue color. Sir, we have to know such things. This is a point that you should know, that it is a classic blue colored complex, and because it is saying white, so this is also false. Therefore, this will also be an answer for you. Now, the calculated spin only magnetic moment of complex is this. So let us find the unpaired electron. We already see the unpaired electron. Unpaired electrons are 2. So 2 plus 2 is 4 into 2. Under root is under root 8. And it is close to 9. So this is close to 3. This is close to 3. So because this is true, therefore it is not an answer. Because this is true, therefore not an answer. We are supposed to give the incorrect statement. Now, D says the calculated crystal field stabilization of nickel in this complex is minus 0.8. Sir, how to calculate crystal field stabilization? What complex it is forming? Sir, it is forming, it is tetrahedral complex. So tetrahedral splitting. What is tetrahedral splitting? Opposite to that of octahedral, as in these two orbitals, where orbitals are lying along the coordinated axis, their energy will get reduced, and it in octahedral complexes it is set EG set, but here it is said E set because they are not gerade, they are not symmetrical. So for tetrahedral complex, instead of EG, you just write E. G is omitted because they are not gerade. Gerade means they are not symmetrical. And T2G becomes higher of energy and they are termed as T. Now, what about the energy distribution? Now, these three have gone up by taking energy of these two. So this contribution is 2 by 5 times of delta T. And this contribution becomes then 3 by 5 times of delta T. So if it is a berry center, the zero line, they are having more energy and they are having less energy. That means it is nothing but plus 0.4 times of delta T, and they will contribute to a value of minus 0.6 times of delta T. So I hope this stabilization thing you now clearly understand. Now let us put the electrons and calculate crystal field stabilization energy for tetrahedral complexes. How many electrons I have to fill? Sir, I have to fill 8 electrons. How is the complex? Sir, the complex is not having strong field ligand, it is weak. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, I'm sorry, 8. Now how many electrons I have filled over here? 4. So 4 into 0.6 is 6 4 24. This is minus 2.4 contributed by them total, because 1 contributes minus 0.6. So 4 contributes 6 4 24. So minus 2.4 times of delta T. What about them? They contribute positive energy. So that is plus 0.4 delta T. How many are contributing that value? Sir, 4. So 4 4 ja 16. So this is 1.6 but with a positive sign. Add them up, you can calculate total stabilization energy. So plus 1.6 minus 2.4. So this is minus 0.8 times of delta T. What is it given? Yes. It is saying delta O. Oh, it should not be delta O. It should be delta T. Rather, if it would have given delta T, then this will be correct, because it is saying crystal field stable. Although I'm telling you, if you just see that, oh, you could have easily said that this is wrong, sir, then why you have told us? Because here we are meeting to practice, to learn everything. Answer you can, if I would have gone on a paper, I would see, sir, it is tetrahedral, it is saying delta, so this is false. False, so an answer for us. I hope we are clear till this. Now, E is saying the geometrical arrangement of ligands in complex is similar to that in NiCO. Now this is tetrahedral. NiCO, nickel has zero oxidation state. That means 4s2 3d8. Because carbonyl is a strong, so 4s electrons are still there. There'll be 4s inside, so everything will be filled. So you will have 3d10 configuration. That means the 4 carbonyl, although strong field ligand, but still they have to be arranged tetrahedrally. That means this is true. So because this is true, therefore not an answer. So your answer will be ABD. Your answer will be ABD. So option 2 will be your right answer. A question that is requiring much of our knowledge. Moving to the next question. 21st January, 15th question. 21st January, out of the 25 question, it is the 15th question. Now, let us attempt it. Now, the question says, among this, and this. Among these 4, manganese complex has maximum number of unpaired electrons. So again, we have to calculate number of unpaired electrons. So how to do that? Sir, this copper is in +2 oxidation state. That means 3d9. Because 3d9, so sir, it is already having 9. So although ammonia, the NH3, behaves as a strong field ligand, but still ultimately that one electron is going to be there, so it will definitely have one unpaired electron. Now nickel is in +2 oxidation state, so 4s gone, so this is 3d8, and ethylene diamine is a strong field ligand, so this 3d8 will do 4s pairing, and therefore it will have 0 unpaired electrons. Now this nickel is again in +2 oxidation state, so it will also have 0 unpaired electrons. Now what about this? This is manganese, so 4s2 3d5, 4s gone, so this is 3d5, so it will have 5 unpaired electrons, because 3d5 water is a weak field ligand, and this has maximum number of unpaired electrons. Yes, statement 1 is definitely true. Now, although these questions are very obvious, sir, why you are giving more and more questions of those sort? Because they are filled in your main syllabus, therefore I am giving for practice also. Now statement 2, number of pair among this and this that contain only diamagnetic. So we just have to pick that among both should be diamagnetic, and how many pairs you should have? 2 such pairs. So let us see. This nickel is in +2 state, so 4s2 gone, it will have 3d8, it will have 2 unpaired electrons, so this will be paramagnetic. So both has to be diamagnetic, this is paramagnetic, so obviously this pair can't have both diamagnetic. Again, this is +2, so this can't have. Nickel is in 0 oxidation state, we have already seen this complex, so yes, this will be diamagnetic, this will also be diamagnetic. So out of these 3 pair, only 1 pair is having all diamagnetic molecule. Statement is saying 2 are having. No, 1 is having, therefore it is false. So 1 is true, and option 4. Such questions are very, very probable for your, again, for your next attempt, which is the April attempt. Now coming to the next question, the next question says, now here, crystal field stabilization energy of Ye. Now for that, you again I have discussed that topic, because this crystal field stabilization you have to know how to calculate. So of chromium is greater than that of, so let us calculate for chromium. So chromium, it is +2, so 4s1 3d5, so this is 3d4. Octahedral complex, it's a weak field ligand water, so 1 2 3 4 5. How you fill 4 in a weak field ligand? Like this, because weak, no force pairing. Now that is what, now this is 0.6 times of delta naught. What about them? This is 0.4 times of delta naught. So how many are filled? 3. 3 4s are 12. That means this is -1.2, and that is plus, because only one is plus 0.6. So this is -0.6 times of delta naught is crystal field stabilization for this chromium complex. Now So crystal field stabilization of this is greater. So let us calculate for this manganese guy. This is +2, so this will have 3d5. 3d5 as in 1, 2, 3, because water again a weak field again, so 2 will be over here. 3, these bottom has a contribution of minus 0.4, that will have a contribution of plus 0.6. So 3, 4, the minus 1.2 and they are 2, so plus 1.2. So minus plus becomes 0. So this has 0 crystal field stabilization energy, while that guy has minus 0.6. That means it is really, what does minus sign indicate? That it is releasing energy, so it is having more stability. And the statement is saying crystal field stabilization energy of A is greater. Yes, because what this my negative energy shows, that my energy is reduced. So if my energy is reduced, I'm stable. So how my energy is reduced? I release that crystal field stabilization energy. A very great concept. So yes, statement 1 is definitely true. Now next statement says potassium ferricyanide has a greater spin only magnetic okay, statement, this statement is incorrect. I mean insufficient, although the essence we are getting. Potassium ferricyanide has a greater spin only magnetic moment, it should be moment, than potassium ferrocyanide. Now ferricyanide and ferrocyanide case we have already done in the previous slide in which we were comparing. So what is potassium ferricyanide and this ferrocyanide? Potassium ferricyanide and ferro, this is K3 FeCN6 and this is Na3. This is K4 FeCN6, sorry, and this is Na3 FeCN6. So this we have already seen in the previous this ferricyanide and this. So obviously, because here iron is in +2 state, here iron is in +3 state. So iron is in +2 state will have what configuration? 3d6. So we'll have 4 unpaired electrons. So, and ferrocyanide has a 3d5. 3d. This has 3d5. This Fe+3. Fe+3, 4s2 gone, +3. Okay, this will have 3d5 configuration, +3, and this will have 3d6 configuration. So it will have 4 unpaired electrons and this guy will have 5 unpaired electrons. Okay, potassium, but so this, it is saying it is having greater. No, it should have lower. So let me see. Potassium ferricyanide and potassium ferrocyanide. Ferri as in +3, na? Beta. Potassium ferri. Let me do it clearly for you, because with the language only you see, this is ferri, this is ferro. I'm getting confused with the formula, but let me give it very simply to you. You can predict that also, that this is ferri. What does ferri? Ferric. What does ferro? Click. +2. So Fe+3 as in Fe is 4s2, 3d6. So +3 is 4s2 gone, 3d1 gone. So this becomes 3d5. And what about this? This is 3d6. 3d5 will have how many unpaired electrons? Sir, 5. 3d6 will have how many unpaired electrons? 4. So which is greater? Sir, 5 is greater. So yes, that will have a higher, greater spin only magnetic moment. Now actually we should definitely keep this thing in mind, that whenever you are missing some formulas like we did miss, so take some prediction from the given question only, like ferri, ferric, ferro, O, ferrous. So those prediction can also help you. So this is also true, this is also true. That means option 1 will be your right answer. Good. Moving to the question now. Moving to the question from practical organic chemistry. Now these before moving to such questions, I should definitely give you this first. This. Actually, one of the student was actually, we are finishing salt analysis with this. For salt analysis, you will find number of questions which will only require you to have knowledge that whether you know how cations and anions are categorized. हाँ sir, we know how. For cations categorization, cation are basically divided among 6 groups, with the 7th group known as the zero group. Why they are categorized in such group? Because their precipitate has some values of KSP. Sir, if a salt is forming a PPT, definitely some amount of it will be soluble, but then it becomes sparingly soluble. So for sparingly soluble salts, what we have? Value of KSP. So value of KSP of all the precipitates were estimated, and on the basis of increasing value of, here I have mentioned it, on the basis of increasing value of KSP value increases down the group, and for whatever precipitates KSP value was lowest are taken as first group cation, who have relatively higher becomes second group, more higher third, followed by the zero group, which is the ammonium ion PPT of iodide of Millen's basis form. It is having the highest KSP values. This is one point, but this is valid for very good questions. Now, although you should know that down the group KSP values increases, that's why they are arranged in 6 and the zero group being the 7th group. Now, what is the first group? Containing mercurous, Pb plus 2 and Ag plus ion. Repeat this for 5 days in the morning, you will learn it, but you have to repeat this. They are precipitated in form of chlorides, point number 1. Point number 2, among them only PbCl2, although PbCl2 is a PPT, but it is a precipitate in cold water. As soon as you heat the water, PbCl2 becomes soluble. So this again point which I have mentioned also, you should remember that also. Now, after that, what is the group reagent? Sir, if these cations are precipitated in form of their chlorides, then what is the group reagent? You directly add HCl. If you get PPT, that means first group cations are present. If you do not get any PPT, that means first group cation is absent. So we do analysis for the second group. What is it? Actually, there are some cations that are precipitated in forms of their sulfide. So if their chlorides are not formed, then we pass H2S gas in the same solution. So with same added HCl, we pass H2S gas. If you get precipitate, that means you have got sulfides. Now sulfides are produced for whom? We have done it experimentally, and these two group cations, second group cations, are further divided into two halves, 2A and 2B, because of some nature, but that specific property you should not learn. Just learn this, that second group cations are further classified as 2A and 2B because of some difference in their properties, although all these cation forms sulfides which are not soluble in water. So sulfides get precipitated. Remember, only copper was having no PPT with sulfide. These are forming copper, which copper plus 1. This is copper plus 2. So when copper reaches in plus 1 state, its sulfide is not precipitated. So that question also can be predicted with this. So what is 2A cation? Mercuric, Pb plus 2, Bi plus 3, copper plus 2 and cadmium plus 2. What is 2B? Arsenic, antimony, tin, both plus 4 and plus 2. They form sulfides as PPT. What is the group reagent? Dilute HCl and pass H2S gas. I hope we are clear till this. Now, if you get no PPT, then you do what? Then you know that second group is also absent. Then you move to group 3. So what is group 3 reagent? You add ammonium chloride in presence of ammonia NH4OH, which is ammonia. What you get? Precipitates of hydroxides. What precipitates, what hydroxide PPT we get? For third group, it is a trick also. All the cations having plus 3 oxidation state. So Fe plus 3, Cr plus 3, Al plus 3. These are the 3 famous cations belonging to third group. What about fourth group? In the same solution, if you have not got any hydroxide PPT, now pass H2S gas, because now the medium is basic, and in basic medium, those sulfides, again you get PPT of sulfides, but if you are getting precipitate of sulfides in basic medium, that means you are talking of fourth group. What are these cations that form these cations? Fourth group, all the fourth period. I'm just giving you a trick to remember, because not all, because these cations are 3D series, as in fourth period: cobalt, nickel, manganese and zinc. So you have some predictability of learning them. Now, if you do not get PPT, then what you do? You go to group 5. What is its reagent? The same, ammonium chloride plus NH4OH in excess, but now add ammonium carbonate. This is point of difference from group 3 to. So obviously we are adding carbonate. So what PPT we are expecting? Carbonates PPT. What cation form these PPT? Carbonates are formed by alkaline earth metal. In order to remember, Ba+2, Sr+2, calcium+2. Last, if you have not got any precipitate, then you are sure that you are having sixth group cation, which is nothing but, actually most famous is Mg+2, but for good questions, for advanced, you should know Ka plus and Na plus also belongs to this group. But ultimately you should learn only Mg+2. How it is precipitated? There is no precipitate, because I do not require any preliminary test. What is preliminary test? After getting precipitate, you are not sure that that is your cation. You now do confirmation test. For that confirmation test, you have to learn other reactions, but that I'm saying you do not learn. If at all you have done salt analysis completely, it's good. But this much salt analysis you should know. That is, what are the group reagents, what cations belong to what group, and what are the group reagent and how they are precipitated in what form. The last group is called zero group because it is also an independent group which is only meant for detection of ammonia. Ammonia is detected using solution of Nessler's reagent in basic medium, which is K2HgI4, and this K2HgI4 produces a brown PPT, and this brown PPT is formed due to formation of this iodide of Millen's base. Now this is also a very important inorganic logic giving you, because this class is meant for learning also. Moving now, this is it. If you do just this slide, you will make many questions for mains also, and this will obviously give you one question. This one slide is going to give you question of advance also. So because I've invested a good amount of time in this, then these are some questions. I mean, you can directly predict those. If you just know the salt analysis table that we have made, you can directly predict such questions. Let me give you a brief also about this. We have already discussed that PbCl2 is a PPT, but this PPT dissolves in hot water. That is also asked. Once you get PbCl2 aqueous, now some confirmation test, because now you got a hint. So how you confirm it? You have a confirmation test. First and very famous confirmation test is you add K2CrO4, which is potassium chromate in basic medium, you get a yellow PPT. The yellow PPT is of PbCrO4. If you add this aqueous solution with Ki solution, you again get a yellow PPT, but now this PPT of PbI2. If you directly add H2SO4, you get a lead sulfate PPT, which is a white precipitate. Now these are some important facts, some confirmation test of Pb+2, famous. Pb+2, also we should know that Pb+2 is an amphoteric oxide. What is an amphoteric oxide? It reacts with acid also, it reacts with base also. With acid, we definitely know, like HCl, it will be precipitated in form of PbCl2 until unless solution is cold. If it is hot, it gets soluble, that we know. And it reacts with base also from class 10th. You know how you predict reaction with acid and base both, like aluminium. Aluminium is amphoteric, we know from class 10th. What does aluminium form? Sodium meta-aluminate. So in a similar way, you form sodium meta-plumbate or simply sodium plumbate. So these are some reactions which shows that Pb+2 is amphoteric, and if you just know this, you can do such questions which I have already shown you, and will be, because I've invested so much of time in this slide. So let me directly move to now. Again, this is an inorganic last questions. Okay, let us attempt this one. Let us attempt one. Okay, so consider we have metal chlorides X, Y and Z, where X is water soluble. Now 1 is water soluble at room temperature, Y is sparingly soluble at room temperature, and Z is soluble in hot water. We recently know One salt which is soluble in hot water, which is that PbCl2. So obviously last is PbCl2, so this or this can be answer. AgCl is sparingly soluble, we know this through ionic equilibrium logic also. And CuCl2 is up. I mean, copper plus 2, copper does not. We have seen that salt analysis table. Copper plus 2 is a cation for second group. So if it would have created PPT, it would have reacted with HCl and formed Cu. Copper plus 2 was given in second group, remember? So therefore this is soluble. So obviously option 1 will be a right answer. So such salt analysis table, if you learn just that table, it is going to make you very comfortable with your inorganic factual questions, which otherwise you will say, "Arey sir, kahan se yaad kare?" So just do that table and it is going to help you. Fine? Acha, sir, you eat idli. Why, sir? Why, beta? Abhi actually I didn't eat anything. I will do my dinner. But yes, inorganic we have finished, and now moving to organic chemistry. So no breaks because I want to finish this. So I hope we all, let me sip just some water and then we'll start with organic. So this is the first question for organic chemistry. Let us attempt together. Do attempt this one. Do attempt this, guys. We are starting with organic now. Now, in physical we took time. Inorganic we took time because organic I have given you theory also. So let us move to organic. It will be quite doable. I mean, requiring less amount of time. Sir, acha Sonali, why you said you eat idli today? Am I sounding like idli? Eh? Acha, I can eat chewing gum. Chalo beta. Chalo. Moving to the questions from organic side of chemistry. Now, the first question says, consider all structural isomers with molecular formula C5H11Br. Now, if I have 5 carbons, you tell me, if I have 5 carbons, how many hydrogen I need in for the compound to be saturated? So 5 2 ja 10 plus 1 plus 2 12. I have 11, but 1 is bromine, so it is the degree of unsaturation is 0. That means it is a, if degree of unsaturation is 0, that means it is a saturated compound. So that bromine, it is separately treated with KOH to give respective substitution product without any rearrangement. Okay. Give product which can exhibit optical isomerism. So you have to give the number of products which can exhibit optical isomerism. Now, let us draw all the possible isomers having 5 carbons. So this is a 5 carbon chain. Now, if you have a 5 carbon chain, what is the possibility? I mean, what is the possibility of arranging these 5 carbons with bromine? I hope it is quite doable for everybody to draw the isomers. This is 1 bromo, this is 2 bromo, and this becomes 3 bromo. This will again be 1 bromo. So these are the 4 possibilities. Now, sorry, 3 possibilities. Now, what are the structural, what is the structural change that we can do? Make the 4 carbon chain and take 1 methyl branch. Now, decorate this with bromine. So 1 can come here, 1 can come here, 2, 3 and 4. How many possibilities of bromine? You can clearly, with practice, you will know also that bromine coming over here will give you the same compound, same product, same name. This will be the second. substituted product of bromine in this particular carbon chain, and next 2. Sir, but we can have one more possibility, so let us draw the last possibility also. You can either have 3 carbon chain and methyl group going this side, but now this can only be substituted in one possible way, because this carbon can't have bromine, so you put bromine any side. Now question is saying it is treated with KOH, and post treatment with KOH, Br gets substituted by OH, and whatever product you form, it should have a chiral carbon. So why bother writing that product by? Because Br gone, OH came, because it is saying it should have no rearrangement. So just SN2, because it is saying, question is saying that it should have no rearrangement and it should react with aqueous KOH. So what you get? Corresponding alcohol. So alcohol also will have the same chiral carbon configuration. So let us find that chiral carbon here only, because in the question we are asked the number of products which can exhibit optical isomerism. So let us see the chiral carbon containing molecule. Let us find them. Do this carbon having any chiral carbon? No. Do this compound? Yes, sir. This carbon has methyl, propyl, bromine and hydrogen. So yes. This is 1. This has no. This guy. This carbon will be chiral. So this is 2. This guy. No. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this will be chiral. So this is 3rd. No. No. So how many have chiral carbon? 3. So actually it was a bonus question in this JEE Mains only also, because how many bromides can form the optical active compound? 3. But because this is optically active, so it can be dextro, it can be levo. Similarly, it can also be dextro-levo, so it can be also dextro-levo. So how many possible stereoisomers including optical isomers? You can have 6. But for this question, JEE has given an option that those who has marked 3, they are also given marks. Those who have marked 6, they are also given marks. If you ask me, then you read the theory, number of products. So because number of products they are saying which can exhibit optical isomerism, so one showing dextro, one showing levo, are both should be considered. So even I feel 6 would have been the better answer, but they have removed the confusion and said that both 3 and 6 can be taken as answers. Moving to the next question. The next question says you have a mixed ether P. You have an ether P. When it is heated with hot and concentrated hydrogen iodide, it produces 2 different alkyl iodides, which when heated with aqueous NaOH give compounds Q and R. Both Q and R give yellow PPT. So ultimately you should have a compound, because whenever, like suppose, whenever any ether is treated with HX, first what happens, this gets protonated. Post that the bond breaks and a carbocation is formed, if it can be formed. If it cannot be formed, then via SN2 halogen as a nucleophile gets substituted. But here we can see this carbocation is good enough because it will be a 2-degree carbocation. So let's say it will have a plus, or even if it will not have a plus, ultimately it is getting reacted with some HX, or some X minus will be coming, because actually 2-degree cation can have partially SN1 also, SN2 also. So ultimately this guy as in 1 carbon, 2nd carbon, 3rd carbon and 4th carbon. So 1, 2, 3 and 4th. This carbon, this one is going to get the halogen, and this will be removed in form of alcohol. But this alcohol can only remain as alcohol if HX is in limited amount. The question is saying you have hot and concentrated HI in excess. So because it's in excess, so whatever alcohol is produced, that will also get converted to alkyl halide. So this 2 carbon chain, although alcohol will be formed, but this will also react with excess of HX and would ultimately result in the formation of corresponding halide. So this is also an halide, this is also an halide. Now the question is saying you treat this halide with aqueous NaOH, just like previous question. So halogen will be substituted by OH and this will become alcohol. Now once it becomes alcohol, it is saying both these compounds gives yellow PPT with NaOI. Now what is NaOI? Actually NaOI is produced when NaOH is reacted with I2. This is a classic reagent of iodoform test. And who gives positive iodoform test? All those who have active methyl group. What is an active methyl group? If a carbonyl group contains a methyl group just adjacent to it, this methyl group is termed as an active methyl group, and this active methyl group is removed as CHI3 and this part gets oxidized. So that means, sir, this iodoform is a strong oxidizing agent. Yes. So if I can oxidize ketone, I can oxidize alcohol also, because if someone has a capacity to oxidize C bond C, then that guy will definitely has a capacity. Like for example, I have an alcohol. So if someone can oxidize a ketone, then obviously first that oxidizing agent can bring this alcohol to form a ketone and will further oxidize this ketone, because I am a strong oxidizing is the property of iodoform test. Therefore iodoform test oxidizes such structures also and structures also. So because an alcohol is produced, so you just check whether you have a methyl group. You need to have a methyl group, not carbon. CH3 you should have. So this carbon which is bearing OH is containing CH3. Yes, this methyl can be released in form of CHI3. Similarly, this carbon containing OH is having a methyl group. Yes. So both these can give positive iodoform test. So option A will be your correct answer. A good question. A logically correct question. Moving to the next question. Match the columns. Again, a knowledge based question. So Bayer's test is given by unsaturated compounds. What they do, what is Bayer reagent? Cold aqueous alkaline KMnO4. The color of KMnO4 decolorizes. So color decolorization. So discharge of the color is Bayer's test. Alcoholic group gives positive can test. Now any alcohol, either aliphatic alcohol or aromatic alcohol, can give steric ammonium nitrate test. So during this test, what is formed? Actually a red color appearance is done during can test. During Tollens test, silver mirror is produced, and phenolic group gives positive FeCl, neutral with neutral FeCl3. Phenol produces a soluble complex with Fe plus 3 ion, creating a bright violet coloration. It is not a precipitate, that's a color. Now because this is very important also, because it gets repeated a lot of times, so I have given these tests also for you. This can, what is steric ammonium nitrate? This cerium complex. Now it reacts with aliphatic alcohol also, aromatic alcohol also, although the coordination number is different, but both precipitates are red in color. With alcohol you get a 7 coordination number complex, and with phenol you get a 6 coordination complex. 7 is generally rare, but with steric ammonium nitrate you get that. So it's a knowledge also for good questions, but for normal questions also you should learn that both alcohol and phenol gives can test. They form red PPT, but only phenol reacts with FeCl3 and forms this violet coloration, which is due to the formation of this compound. This violet coloration is only given by phenol. Moving to the next question. The next question, I mean, just these organic questions, organic chemistry, I am definitely telling you, this is an area you should not leave, because they are very easy and less time consuming questions directly from NCERT. So here this is reacted with what reagent to form this acid? So let us look at the reagent. So if I have to create an acid, that means this carbon has to be oxidized. So let us look at the option. So first, in order to oxidize, what I need to make it some alcohol or aldehyde or whatever. So what reagent you feel, sir? This is NaOET. What does Na, sir? It's base OR minus alcoholic KOH, alcoholic NOH. They are strong bases producing alkoxide ion. They do beta elimination. So elimination can be done of alkyl halide, sir. So first, this alkyl halide should react with the base. Can you find a base? Yes, I can find a base. So post reaction with base, this will form alkene. And when this alkene is treated with B2H6 in presence of water, that is hydroboration oxidation, which do anti-Markovnikov addition of water. So the anti-Markovnikov addition of water will do what? Will bring OH to this carbon, and now this desired carbon has turned into an alcohol. Now for alcohol to become an acid, I need a strong oxidizing agent. So Jones reagent is CrO3 in acidic medium, CrO3 in anhydrous medium, or maybe in pyridine is a mild oxidizing agent. It will react with alcohol but will convert to it into carbonyl group, aldehyde or ketone. What is Jones reagent? The similar CrO3 when taken in acidic medium. Now these are all NCERT facts, so it will beautifully create your acid. So option 4 will definitely be your correct answer. So I hope we are clear till this. Moving to the next question. The next question says, statement 1, phenol on treatment with chloroform and aqueous KOH. That means it is talking of phenol getting reaction with CHCl3 and KOH. It is classic Remer-Timmerman reaction. What product is formed in larger amount? This is salicylaldehyde, or para is also produced but in lesser amount. So it is saying produces para-hydroxyl benzaldehyde. As no sir, it produces ortho. So this is wrong. The mixture of ortho and para-hydroxy benzaldehyde can be easily separated through steam distillation. Yes, that we already know. Why? Because ortho isomer have intramolecular hydrogen bonding. Because of intramolecular hydrogen bonding, its boiling point will be less, and these less boiling point substances can be easily vaporized using just steam. Para will be there in liquid solution. So yes, it is true that. So 1 is false, 2 is true. So option 4 will be your right answer. Moving to the next question. The next question says, X is the product which is obtained from propane nitrile. What is propane nitrile? This is prop and nitrile is triple bond N. When it reacts with stannous as in SnCl2 in presence of HCl followed by hydrolysis, it gives Y. So this is classic Stephen's reduction. Stephen reduction do what? Stephen reduction produces corresponding aldehyde, a classic preparation of aldehydes. Now the Y product which is formed obtained from okay, this is produced and this is X. Okay, I'm sorry, this is X. Full stop. Now it is saying another product Y is produced from butene by ozonolysis followed by hydrolysis. So I have butene and I'm after ozonolysis, hydrolysis as in reductive ozonolysis. So simply do reductive ozonolysis. How you do reductive ozonolysis? Break double bond, create double bond O. This is a symmetrical alkene, so similar compound will be produced, and this will be having H because this is reductive ozonolysis. So this aldehyde is Y. So I have butene and I have this propane. So this is a 3-carbon aldehyde and this is a 2-carbon aldehyde. So this is ethanol and this is propanol. These are X and Y. Now, from following which product is not produced when 1 mole of X and 1 mole of Y react with each other in presence of alkali, so on heating. So this is classic case of aldol condensation of ethanol and propanol. So I hope we are clear with aldol condensation. Let us draw that structures. So this is one compound and this is, okay, let me write here only. This is the another compound. Now let's say this is A and this is B. So how many products I can have? 4. One will be self-aldol, one will be cross-aldol of A. That means let us draw the self-aldol product as in AA. So how to draw it faster? This is an aldehyde, so CH double bond O. This CH3 will become CH2 and will attain minus sign. This minus will attack this carbonyl group only. So this CH with a double bond O will turn into single bonded OH and it is further connected with CH3. So this is A nucleophile attacking A aldehyde. I hope we are clear for aldol condensation. And post that, what we do is, after heating, this is a carbonyl group, this is alpha carbon, this is beta carbon, that is carbon next to the carbonyl group. H of this and OH of this is removed in form of water and you get a double bonded carbon. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 as in 4 carbon aldehyde with third, okay, that is gone, with 2, 3 having double bond. Let us find this. 4 carbon aldehyde, so but 2-ene. Okay, it is not, it is having 2-methyl pent. Okay, so that product is, it is having 3-methyl butene. No, this is definitely butene, because so this product is not there. This product is not there, which is formed. So some will not be there, and you are asked what is not produced. Gagan, finally I have got some new student, but Gagan beta, this channel is specifically for English JEE. The channel is in fact called PWJ English. So actually I can definitely, Gagan, मैं हिंदी में बिल्कुल बात कर सकता हूँ, but actually this channel is specially formed for those students who prefer English language as their mode of communication. So we are obliged to be teaching in the language which I'm using now. So this is not there in given the option. That means self-aldol of A is not given. So let us do self-aldol as in B minus attacking B. So this is aldehyde. This is the alpha carbon. So this CH2 will become CH. Its methyl will be there with itself. But this minus will attack whom? Itself, as in this carbonyl carbon. Double bonded will become OH and the 2 carbons will remain as it is. So post that we need alpha beta unsaturation. So this is alpha H, beta OH, a double bond will come. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as in 2-methyl pent 2-ene 1-ul. So 2-methyl pent 2-ene 1-ul. So this is formed, so not an answer. Now what we are left with is a cross-aldol product. So how you make cross-aldol? As in, you say when A minus will attack B. So what is A minus? This is the nucleophile. So this minus will attack this, as in CH double bond O. This is as it is. This CH3 becomes CH2, will attack this carbon. So CH having double bonded O will turn OH. This is CH2. This is CH3. Again, alpha beta unsaturation. So alpha H, beta OH, I'll get a double bond. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 carbon aldehyde with 2 having double bond. So 5 carbon aldehyde pent 2-ene 1-ul. So this is also formed. So not an answer. Now, what is the last option that we are having? When this minus will attack this, that means B minus will be attacking A, will be the last cross-aldol product. So this B minus, as in this, will be as it is, as in CH double bond O is as it is. This CH2 has become CH, methyl is as it is, and this CH will attack that carbonyl carbon. So CH double bonded O becomes OH and it is having just one methyl group. Again doing the alpha beta unsaturation. So carbonyl, this H, this OH will form a double bond. Product will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2-methyl but 2-ene. 2-methyl but 2-ene 1-ul. So this is also formed. So not an answer. So option 4. I mean, such questions are very NCERT based. But now This was also bit of time consuming. Not bit, yes, it was actually time consuming. Now, coming to the next question. The next question says, now these are, I would rather say, you just see the option and tick. A, hydrogenation gives A as in saturated. A on KMnO4 gives corresponding carboxylic acid. So that means it's a strong oxidizing agent. That means this carbon should be directly connected with the ring, but it is not benzene, so it should have a double bond, and double bonded should be present with this carbon because this is also a product. That means you can directly predict that this is a ring as it is. I have this carbon, it should be directly connected with another set of carbon, and they has to be connected with each other. Then only this will produce this and this will produce this. That means I need to have, let us count the number of carbon present in this another ring. So let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that means it is also a 6-membered ring. So I need 2 6-membered ring with double bond at 2, 3 and 4, 5. So this is 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5. So obviously this will be your answer. Why? Because this is not present anywhere. This is present here, and hydrogenation will give this. So option 3 will be your clear-cut answer. Such questions you should never miss. Moving to the next question. The next question says, now these questions now will also require you to be a mathematician also. Inorganic, so mathematical operation of chemistry once done. So people fear it. Why? Because they want to do chemistry in 30 minutes. Not possible if such questions are coming. Either you leave those questions in the first attempt physics, maths, and then if you get time, come back. Or else if you feel you are better in chemistry, you are not getting marks over there, then attempt such questions, although they will require some amount of time to calculate. Now, chemistry is very easy. Anhydrous AlCl3 is Lewis acid, so it will form a carbocation over here. Now this carbocation will be getting attracted by the benzene ring, so it will be electrophilic substitution. So this benzene ring will have this carbonyl carbon, which is connected with 1, 2, 3, 4 carbons. So 1, 2, 3, 4 carbons. Fourth carbon is CH3. This carbon is itself having double bond O. That's it. Now, this is P. It is reacted with aqueous NaOH. Now, sir, aqueous NaOH, that means again it is aldol condensation. But we know if a nucleophile is formed, it will be easily attacking what? Aldehyde or ketone? Aldehyde, because aldehyde is less sterically hindered than ketone. Second, aldehyde is having more delta positivity, because in ketone the delta positivity is reduced by the plus I of ketones. So therefore aldehyde will be attracting the nucleophile. Therefore this is also ketone. So this is also ketone. Both are same. Then how to compare ketone? We know this carbonyl group is a minus R group. That means the ring will be a plus R group. Therefore this positivity will be reduced by the plus R nature of ring. So positivity reduced at the aromatic aldehyde, at the aromatic carbonyl group. So actually this carbonyl group will be more active. Which one? This one. So if this carbonyl group is more reactive, it will receive what? Sir, it is going to receive minus, but this minus is provided by whom? This minus is provided by alpha carbon. Do we have any alpha carbon over here? Actually over here we do not have any alpha carbon, as in this is benzene ring, so this bond can't break. And if we say to this carbon, then the bond formed will be a 3-membered ring. So rather the only option we are getting is this CH3 will lose 1 electron with base, and this minus is going to attack this carbonyl group. So that means this is a benzene, this is a carbonyl carbon. Post receiving electron from this CH2 minus, this will become OH. It is bonded with 1 carbon 2 carbon, third carbon which is a double bonded carbon, and recently the CH2 that is formed is bonded with this carbon. So let us number the ring, because like this the ring is not appearing beautiful to us. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So this is a 5-membered ring, and post that dehydration will take place. So carbonyl group, this is alpha, this is beta. So you get a double bond over here. So let us draw it beautifully. A benzene ring, post that a 5-membered ring. So how we make a 5-membered ring? Let's say this is first carbon, 1, 2. This is the beautiful way of, simple way of making a 5-membered ring. Now, in that 5-membered ring, what I have to do? The carbon that is connected with the ring, there should be a double bond over here. And post that, there should be a carbonyl group over here. Now, this is the structure of the product. After formation of the product, which we know involved intramolecular aldol condensation, this is not, the question is not finished over here. Now you have to do into divide. How? In compound Q, this is my Q, percentage of oxygen now you have to determine. So how many oxygen I have? 1. So weight of oxygen will be 1 into 16. Upon you have to calculate molecular mass of the compound, of the complete compound, multiply by 100, and whatever answer you will get will be your answer. I guess approximately, I'm giving the answer. Yes, it will be some 10 point something. So ultimately you are going to get 10 as your answer. So now this thing makes your question complicated, but do not fear. If you practice, you can solve such questions easily. Moving to the next question. The next question says, a student has been given a compound X of molecular formula this. So obviously C6H7, that means benzene should be there. X is sparingly soluble in water. Okay, X is sparingly soluble because 6 carbon change. Nitrogen can do hydrogen bonding, N bond H, but benzene ring 6 carbon can't. So sparingly soluble. However, on addition of dilute mineral acid, X becomes soluble. That means it's an amine. Amine with acid forms a salt. Salt is soluble. X, when treated with chloroform and KOH, Y is produced. So any amine with chloroform and KOH forms isocyanide. Y has a specific smell. That means isocyanide is a foul smelling compound. So it's a isocyanide. Perfect. On treatment with, okay, so at whatever we have read till now, let us, because now we can clearly see the 6 carbon should be an benzene with NH2. So this is C6H5, C6H5, and 2 hydrogens are here. So molecular formula is also satisfied, because with this chloroform KOH thing, it is quite clear that only 1 degree amine with chloroform and KOH forms carbylamine, a classic naming reaction. So this forms isocyanide. This is a classic isocyanide test. Now, this is Y. Now, on treatment, okay. Now, Y has a, on treatment with benzene sulfonyl chloride, X is, okay. You have to talk of this X only. X, you are treating this X with benzene sulfonyl chloride as in Hinsberg reagent. This is your Hinsberg reagent. We definitely know what does Hinsberg reagent do. Nitrogen lone pair attack this sulfur, chlorine gets substituted, nitrogen takes electron from this hydrogen. That means I have a phenyl group over here. This NH2 becomes NH, it gets connected with the sulfur, double bonded O, and I have a benzene. So it becomes a benzene sulfone. For this sulfonic acid, it becomes a sulfonamide. Now, so X gives Z, so this is your sulfonamide Z, which is soluble in alkali. Yes, because it still contains an acidic hydrogen. So this is soluble in a base because this hydrogen is acidic. Now, the number of different hydrogen atoms present in Z. Okay, now this sulfonamide, which is Z, how many different hydrogens it contains? Let us see. So this is 1 hydrogen, which is obviously responsible for its acidic nature. Benzene ring, let me remove this, make this benzene ring clear to you. Benzene ring we definitely know this is an electron withdrawing group. So this electron withdrawing group will have withdrawing nature at ortho, meta and para position with respect to each other. Different nature of minus R. So this ortho, meta, para, although they are hydrogens, but are they same? No, sir. Ortho, meta, para has different type of reactivities. Similarly, this benzene will also have ortho, meta, para because this is a plus R group. So those three hydrogens ortho, meta, para there, these three hydrogens ortho, meta, para here, and this acidic hydrogen, so 3 plus 3 plus 1, that means it has 7 different kinds of hydrogen. So very good question indeed. Ashutosh, I am your student from Akash. Okay, 1 year ago I study. Okay beta. Ashutosh, okay, good to know you got 97.07. Ashutosh, good, but beta, you can still push it. April attempt is still pending, so you can push that marks in the April attempt, and I hope you will be able to get more better percentile. So good to see you, beta. Now moving to the next question. The next question says you have P with ammonia, heat, I get Q. Sir, who reacts with ammonia and heat? Generally carboxylic acid with ammonia and followed by heating forms amide. Amide reacts with KOH and Br2, which is the Hoffman bromamide degradation. So it forms 1 degree amine. 1 degree amine reacts with chloroform in presence of base, carbylamine test, isocyanide test, forming isocyanide. So clearly this P will be carboxylic acid. So you just have to check which is carboxylic acid. Move your pen, answer. Moving to the next question. Mass of benzanilide. Okay, benzanilide is amide of benzoic acid. So benzanilide obtained from benzylation reaction of itne gram of 55.8 gram of aniline. Okay, so actually let us do the complete reaction because you have to. Aniline when undergoing benzylation. What is benzylation? Let's say I have benzoic acid. Then we know, we have recently seen acid and base reacts and form salt. And post heating or else definitely this acid, if cannot react, then what you can use is a good leaving group. So use benzoyl chloride because benzylation use anhydrous AlCl3. So this will create Friedel-Crafts acylation, creating this acyl group. This acyl group will be substituted by this nitrogen. It will remove one hydrogen, take electron. So you have a benzene ring. This is NH, this is C double bond O, and this is further connected with a benzene ring. So this is benzylation. Now, if yield is 82%, okay. So percentage yield is also given. Now this is now this is again mathematification of organic chemistry. So we have, if they are asking, so we have to do. So what is the number of moles of aniline that we have taken, sir? 5.8 upon molar mass of this. So this is C6H5 and NH2. I hope you can calculate this molar mass. This molar mass, once you put, you get this number of moles. 1 mole will produce 1 mole of this. So n moles should produce n moles of this. But when efficiency is 100%. As of now, what is the efficiency? Efficiency is 0.82 because 82%. So this much of product will be produced. First point. Now let us see. We are asked the weight of product. So what will be the weight of product, sir? This is number of moles. It will be equal to weight upon molar mass. Whose molar mass? This molar mass you again have to calculate. Once you do, you will get your answer. But into divide is your job, my friends. I have taken in-depth analysis of all the probable questions, the most important questions. But now into divide I'm putting on you. Yes, I'm helping you with the answer. Once you solve it, you will get somewhere around 10 point something. So your answer will be 10. Moving to the next question. The next question says Again, I have an aniline reacting with acid chloride. So we definitely know this acylation. So this product is quite easy to predict, that I have this NH2 will become NH. This will be bonded with C double bond O, which is further connected with benzene ring C6. Lithium aluminum hydride will do what? Sir, it is a reducing agent. Reducing agent do what? Reducing agent will do reduction of this carbonyl group into lithium aluminum hydride, will convert it into an alcohol. Or because it is a strong, so it can either reduce this alcohol and form an alkane. So let us go through the options. Yeah, because it is LiLH4 with water, so this carbonyl can either be reduced, can even be reduced to corresponding aldehyde. So corresponding aldehyde. We are having an option that, see, this must be that C double bonded O. So 3, because lithium aluminum hydride can even, in after acid hydrolysis, they can even reduce alcohol to form corresponding alkane. So I hope, let me check. Yes. Moving to the next question. Now, next question says, an organic compound P on reaction with aqueous ammonia under hot condition forms Q. So again, ammonia under hot condition. On heating with Br2 and KOH forms, again Br2 and KOH, having molecular formula, name of P. So now again it is quite, sir, acid reacts with ammonia followed by heating forms amide. So acid forming amide, and amide, similar question, amide after Hoffman bromamide degradation forms aniline. So do not have to move a pen for such questions, and you land with your answer. Moving to the next question. A hydrocarbon, this is C4H8, that means an alkene, on reaction with HCl gives an optically active product Q. So Q will be optically active. So let us go to the option. This is optically active, no chiral carbon. Q, sir, this P, what reacts with HCl? Sir, HCl only reacts with alkene. So you can't be a cycloalkane, because cycloalkane, yes, cyclopropane, because of Bayer strain it is reactive, but still in general what reacts with HCl? Sir, alkene. And because you are supposed to get an optically active product, so Cl will go to that double bonded carbon which has lesser hydrogen, Markovnikov addition. That means carbocation stability will also be applied. So this is, because it is not an alkene, therefore I am not taking this option. Yes, this Q is having chiral carbon, so obviously this Q is good. This Q also is having no chiral carbon. See, you just focus on one thing and you are going to land with your answer. So C will be your beautiful answer. Moving to next question. Next question says, now see, such questions are very doable. You compare with physical and inorganic, very easy. So don't lose NCERT naming reactions, will help you a lot. So compound X having molecular formula C3H6. So C3 2 6, but there are 2, so this is saturated with excess of NaNH2. Now NaNH2 is a very strong base. Now what does strong base do? Sir, dihalide. So dihalides with strong base, hydrocarbon logic of NCERT, they produce alkynes. So this compound, a 3-carbon alkyne, 3 carbon can only be arranged like this. So what will be 3-carbon alkyne? You put triple bond there, it will be same. Dilute H2SO4 and with catalytic amount of Hg+2, it will do what? Markovnikov addition of water. So water will be going to this side. That means C, it will get H, it will get OH, but it will undergo tautomerization and will form ketone. I hope we are clear. What does red hot Fe? If it was acetylene, it would have formed benzene, the classic NCERT reaction of formation of benzene aromatic compounds. So this will do aromatization with red hot Fe tube, but because I have a substituted methyl, so benzene will have a substituted methyl. How? The structure has to be symmetrical. So this is one propene, propyne, this is another propyne, this is another propyne, because symmetrical structure will be produced. So mesitylene will be produced, a classic again hydrocarbon and NCERT logic. Now let us read the statement. So this is Z, this is Q. Statement 1 says compound Z will give, okay, this is Z, will give yellow PPT. Yes, it will give yellow PPT because it is having active methyl group. So this methyl can be released as PPT. So this is true. Statement 2, compound Q has two different types of hydrogen atoms. Let us see. Yes, the pink hydrogens are the benzylic hydrogens, and the yellow hydrogens are the hydrogens that can be substituted by an electrophile. So it is having two different types. Yes, this is correct. In the ratio, okay, so pink one are 9 in number, yellow one are 3 in number, so 3:9 as in 1:3. Yeah, perfect. So this is also true. So both statements are true. So option 3 is your right answer. I hope we are clear till this. So we again have similar kind of questions. So let me come to coming to, I'm skipping some questions because these organic questions you can clearly see with the discussion that organic chemistry you can attempt easily if you know NCERT rightly. Now moving to the next question, this question says again a mathematication of organic chemistry. When phenol reacts with sodium, you get some product and some gas. Sir, metal, active metal plus any type, although phenol is a weak acid, but still metal with any acids forms hydrogen gas. Carboxylic acid are stronger acid than H2CO3 carbonic acid. So phenol can't do so, but carboxylic acid can even react with bicarbonates, and what gas is produced? Brisk effervescence of CO2. But see, now this is not asked out of you. You are asked numerical value of molar mass of X and Y. So this mass is 2, this mass is 44. So 44 plus 2 is 46. So again, these all are doable questions. Sir, more mole concept plus OC type of questions, please. Beta, yes, definitely. See, I hope Syada, beta Syada, once we are done with this live, you can just, because I have specially given more amount of time to physical side of chemistry, because I know most student organic you can learn through NCERT, and with our help organics are quite doable. People are facing problem in physical and inorganic side of chemistry, therefore I have intentionally given more time in that area. So whatever you are saying, no, OC type of questions, these type of questions, in the post my live in the WhatsApp group, the PWJ English channel WhatsApp group, you will be getting two types of these. One, the solved side of this presentation PDF, and I will also give you blank PDF where you will have no solutions, but you can attempt it. So attempt those questions and you can come back to this recording also, because it will be there in YouTube and you can again watch it. So it will be more than sufficient. If you find any problem, you can comment in the video. I'll be definitely more than happy to entertain and answer any question that you'll be having. Moving to some next question. The next question deals with okay, so given below are 4 isomeric products PQRS. Okay, sir, this is P, this is Q, this is R, and this is S. It is shown. Now see, statements, they make you consume time. So QRS will give PPT with DNP. Q is a carbonyl, yes. R is a carbonyl, S is a carbonyl. So carbonyl group positive 2,4 DNP test. So this is correct. So true. We have to identify correct only. So A is true. P and Q will give positive Bayer test. Sir, Bayer test is given by unsaturated compounds. Although they are unsaturated, but benzene double bond is not reactive. It is stable. So they aromatic compound benzene ring double bond is react like alkene? No, sir. So do they give Bayer test? No, this is false. QR gives sooty flame. Okay, QR gives sooty flame. Sir, all compounds which have unsaturation are supposed to give sooty flame. Sir, this is having lot of unsaturation, so this will give sooty flame. So this is also true. Now RS will give yellow PPT with I2 and NaOH. R and S. R will give, yes, because it has active methyl. S, no, it has ethyl group, so it will not give. So R will give but S will not give, so it is saying both will give, so this is also false. Q alone will deposit silver with Tollens reagent. Okay, so it is saying only Q reacts with Tollens reagent. So because it is an aldehyde and no one else, yes, this is also true. So that means we are supposed to take the correct. So A, C and E. A, C and E are true. So I hope you have got the answer. Perfect. Moving to the next question now. The next question, you have to say the correct order of acidic strength of the now. Again, such questions are time consuming. First make the product and then do the acidic nature. So let us do it. This is aniline. With NaNO2 and HCl it forms diazonium salt. With CuC and diazonium, nitrogen gets replaced, it gets CN, and hydrolysis of nitrile gives you corresponding carboxylic acid. So this gives you carboxylic acid. Now these reactions of NCERT you should know. Aldehyde with Tollens test react with aldehyde and oxidizes aldehydes to corresponding carboxylic acid. So it will be CH3, CH2. Post hydrolysis it will become, else it will be salt of carboxylic acid, but because we have to determine the acidic nature comparison, so I'm making carboxylic acid. Now hydrocarbon reaction, methane with strong oxidizing agent can go oxidation and form carboxylic acid. So one carbon carboxylic acid is nothing but methanoic acid, formic acid, methanoic acid. Now this CO2 here, carbon has +4 oxidation state, so this is delta positivity. This is Grignard reagent, so this minus will go, and this phenyl which is attached with CH2 will be attacking this carbon with a double bond O. This O minus after hydrolysis will get OH. So you, how many alcohols you have, acid you have got? 4. Now electron withdrawing group increases acidic nature, electron donating group decreases acidic nature. So let us see those acids. Now this benzene has a minus I effect, so therefore has a minus I effect, therefore benzoic acid is generally a stronger acid than aliphatic acids. Benzoic acid is a stronger acid than aliphatic acid, but if you compare it with formic acid, ultimately if it is acting as a minus I group, but it also acts as a plus R group. So with formic acid, which is having no disturbance of either plus R or minus R, so it is a NCERT logic also with the value of K that we have seen, that this formic acid, which is C, will become the strongest acid. Post that you have the aromatic acid A, and aliphatic acid are generally weaker than benzoic acid. So then aliphatic acids will come. This is also having CH2, this is also having CH2 tie, but this guy, although inductive effect is distance dependent, but this thing is getting tied. It is having phenyl which will apply minus I, although this minus I will not reach to that extent, but ultimately this is having phenyl, this is having methyl which is applying plus I. So this will be a better acid, as in post that D will come, and the least acidic will be A. I hope we are clear till this. So our answer will be Ca. Okay, okay, this is B. I'm sorry, this is B. CADB. CADB. I hope we are clear till this. Now you have more such questions, but I'm skipping few. You obviously you'll get this, where I will be now. Let us go to, let us try this question now. Sir, we know alkyl diazonium compounds are not at all stable. You know why? Because nitrogen is the most stable diatomic molecule. Nobody has the capacity to hold this nitrogen gas. This nitrogen gas releases and you form a carbocation. But at ice cold condition, when you decrease the kinetic energy of nitrogen gas, aryl diazonium compounds can exist. Only aryl. Why? Because this benzene ring, when connected with this nitrogen, they can undergo this nitrogen which is demanding electron can be furnished by the benzene ring, and therefore this bond attains a partial double bond character. Hence aryl diazonium compounds are relatively stable, although not very stable. Even they, for in order to hold them, you create ice cold conditions, 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. So sir, if somebody is giving electron to this ring, it will furnish those electrons to the diazonium cation to a larger extent. Yes, and therefore if you have a plus R group, it will increase the electron density, which will further improvise the benzene ring to furnish more electrons to diazonium cation, and it will stay to a larger extent. So electron donating group increases stability. So this will be most stable. This is withdrawing, not liking. This is withdrawing, not liking. So ultimately you have nothing is better. So post that C will come. Now this is withdrawing due to minus I. This is also minus I and minus R. But obviously the 3 electronegative is worse than 1 electronegative. Suppose then D will come and least will be Bombay. So answer will be ACDB. So ACDB as an option 2 will be your right answer. I hope we are clear till this. Now directly moving to the biomolecules. Now in all of the paper, in even advanced paper, what main topic of biomolecules you should know? The NCERT facts of carbohydrates, reactions of aldehydes, reactions of glucose, those reactions which signify structures also. Then what are the disaccharides, what are polysaccharides, just their examples, the table given in NCERT. After that, in this January attempt, what was hugely asked? Alpha amino acids. The 20 alpha amino acids. Now in the live discussion paper of JEE Mains analysis only I have given this. So this is just a question if you know, and every biomolecule, every mains January attempt paper had a question from alpha amino acids on biomolecules. So sir, will you help us learn it? Yes. Now this is the job that I'm doing at last is alpha amino acids are 20 given in our NCERT. Out of these 20 alpha amino acids, 10 are essential, 10 are non-essential. What are essential? Which you have to eat from outside because they cannot be synthesized by body. What are non-essential? Which can be synthesized by body, so you do not bother, do not eat from outside, body will be creating them. So essential and non-essential are 10-10, but you need to know what element they have and what is their relative structure. So how to remember it? What is an alpha amino acid? Carboxylic acid. This is alpha carbon. If you have NH2, and in this carbon, if you have a alkyl group attached, the different type of alkyl group will give you different types of alpha amino acids. What configuration they have? The Fischer configuration is L configuration. What is an L configuration? Where the last chiral carbon, which is obviously it is only having one chiral carbon, is having the horizontally present functional group on the left hand side, then it has a L configuration. So all alpha amino acids has an L configuration. Now if you change this R, you will get many types of alpha amino acids. What are they? If this R is H, then this is called glycine. If this is CH3, then this is called alanine. If you form a V, it is called a valine with 3 carbon. After this, if you add these two, add this V and methyl, carbon chain will increase, you form leucine. Now if you take this methyl group, add over here, so this becomes an iso group. First carbon, methyl branch, first carbon, second carbon, a branch. So this becomes an iso group, so this is called isoleucine. Just a trick to remember. So these 5 you can even learn with a rhyme called Galiv. Galiv? Arey Galiv. So what is Galiv? Ga L-I-V. If you miss, or you can easily for 3-4 days in the morning just try to see this page. Hydrogen, methyl, V, add them up, bring this branch over here, isoleucine. 5 done. Now next phase you learn with a rhyme aromatic. They have aromatic benzene ring. Now in order to learn them, what I'm giving you, ATT, at has A stands for aromatic, TT. So what is this aromatic TT? This is once you have this methyl substituted with a benzene. So this CH2 with a benzene is nothing but phenylalanine, because what is alanine? CH3. In that CH3 you remove one hydrogen, add phenyl, so this becomes methylalanine. Now if you add alcohol to that phenylalanine, it becomes tyrosine, and And yes, this structure you have to remember, this is a benzene. When this benzene is coupled with a pyrrole type of ring, then this CH2 having this free bond, that's that free valency which will be added at this R. This structure you have to make 4-5 times, but the name is called tryptophan. Now, why TT? This aromatic ring you will remember, so this will be phenylalanine, and the TT will help you to recall tyrosine and tryptophan. Tyrosine and tryptophan. So these are the next three which are having aromatic rings. Now, coming to next rhyme, which is SAT. SAT represents those alpha amino acid which have alcohol functional group. So just one carbon with OH is serine. Again, form that V, it forms threonine. Now their thiol derivative, so instead of OH use SH. So sister of alcohol, thio sister, so this is called cysteine, a way to remember. Now add them up but with thio group, so and that sulfur will also have a methyl group. Make it 2-3 times, so add them up, so 2 carbon, sulfur, thioether, so again a methyl, known as methionine. So these two are thio alpha amino acids, and they are alcoholic. They contains an alcoholic functional group. We are done with 12 alpha amino acids. Coming to the later 8, because 12 plus 8 will be 20. Now, for the next, there are 2 carboxylic acids and 2 their corresponding amides. So how carboxylic acid? Like alanine you have CH2. Now substitute with the carboxylic acid known as aspartic acid. Add 1 carbon, it will be glutamic acid. Make their amide, just this COOH will become COONH2. Aspartic acid becomes aspargine. Glutamic acid becomes glutamine. So these are the acids and their corresponding amides. Going to the last 4, coming to basic alpha amino acids. So that basic amino alpha acids can be learnt as lab, where B represents basic. What does LA represents? L represents lysine. What is lysine? You have this 4 carbon chain and then NH2 is attached. Now, if you have that 4 carbon chain, increase the degree of amine, so bring nitrogen here, so this 3 carbon and 1 carbon, and then make that 1 carbon with nitrogen, 1 double bonded and 1 single bonded nitrogen. You have to make it, but the name will be lab. L for lysine, A for arginine. L for lysine, A for arginine. The 2 are done. Then comes the last 2. For remembering them, you have a rhyme called HHP. So these are those alpha amino acids which are having heterocyclic ring. So this heterocyclic ring is not exactly a pyrrole, but because pyrrole has only 1 nitrogen, but this has this nitrogen also in conjugation connected with this CH2, known as cystidine. And the last one itself, it is itself a complete alpha amino acid. This is not R. Now these all 19 were R. This is not R. Here I am giving the complete alpha amino acid. When this alpha amino acid, the NH2 present here and the R present here, they cyclize, forming a 5-membered ring. It is called pyrroline. It's called proline. It's called proline, is the 20th. Sir, how to identify which is essential, which is non-essential? You are studying from whom? You are studying from me. So what is your non-essential rhyme out of them? Who are non-essential? All alpha amino acids whose name are starting from, my name is GSA, from the name CGSA. So learn with the rhyme CGSA protyro. CGSA protyro. So all alpha amino acids whose name are starting from CGSA, CGSA protyro, because pro will help you to remember, tyro will help you to remember tyrosine, and pro will help you to remember proline, because these are also non-essential. So what are non-essential? All alpha amino acids starting from C, G, S, A, C, Gaurav Singh Arora, GSA, protyro. They are non-essential, but one more line, Argentina zaruri hai, as in arginine is essential, because we said all A are non-essential, but Argentina zaruri hai because arginine is an alpha amino acid starting with an A, but it is an essential amino acids. So this alpha amino acid remembrance table is going to help you like anything. And if you do this table, this will bring me to an end for today. I have tried to bring all the logical concepts of physical, organic, inorganic to you. So this was it from my side. If you find any problem, the video will always be there in YouTube. You can go to PWJ English channel and watch it. Whatever doubts you face, drop a comment, I'll get back to you. These lecture notes and the blank slide you'll be getting in WhatsApp channel. So stay updated with PWJ English WhatsApp channel. Goodbye. I'll see you around.